Hi folks! This video is about the summary of the book My Brothers Karamazov. I have tried to reduce the 50+ hour audiobook into a more smaller audiobook, which will cover the breakdown and themes of all the chapters. This audiobook is divided into 2 segments. First, there is a small overall summary of the book and my take on it. And in the second half, there is chapter-by-chapter breakdown. This book is actually not for everyone. And if you don't understand the underlying themes of the book, don't worry. Because even the smartest and learned understood it in multiple readings, as stated by Jordan Peterson. If you want a short one-line summary of the book, it's murder mystery. And this compelling backdrop will drive the plot forward, where we discuss various themes. And this book might get boring. So let's start. What makes this book great? This book is long, chapters seems random, editing is bad. Well, let's start with the basics. What makes a book good, or even great? Modern readers tend to expect a specific thing from novels, but the formulation we know now is actually a pretty recent standard. We expect a coherent plot, usually rising action leading to a climax and resolution, fleshed-out characters, psychological realism, moral ambiguity, and broader thematic significance, among other things. We expect novels to be fully written and rewritten, edited, and published in one volume. This is just not how books used to be written. First, earlier the books were serialized, so the authors were writing them a chapter at a time, and these chapters were published in newspapers or magazines. If the work was popular, the chapters might be collected at the end and published by volume, but most probably weren't. Just like how a weekly release TV show is not as tightly plotted as a limited series. A novel in the 19th century wouldn't be as tightly plotted as a novel is now. Readers would know and expect this, and would most likely not be following along so closely. They would be bothered by the haphazardness of the pacing. I take your point. I don't find the plot to be well done by modern standards. But I also don't really read Dostoevsky for the plot, as I'm sure many here don't. Overall summary and my take on it. The Brothers Karamazov is Fyodor Dostoevsky's final and arguably most profound novel, first published in 1880. Set in 19th century Russia, it delves deeply into the psychological and philosophical struggles of the Karamazov family. Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov and his 3 sons, Dmitri, Mitya, Ivan, and Alexei, Alyosha. The novel revolves around the murder of Fyodor Karamazov, the family's patriarch, and the subsequent investigation, trial, and spiritual reflections. However, beyond the mystery of the murder, Dostoevsky constructs a rich and complex narrative that addresses the essential questions of human existence: faith, doubt, free will, suffering, and the nature of morality. This was written in a time of social upheaval and religious debate in Russia. The novel powerfully mirrors societal anxieties about faith, justice, and family dynamics. The novel is divided into multiple parts, each exploring different facets of the Karamazov brothers' lives and relationships. Dmitri, the passionate sensualist, embodies the struggle between base desires and higher ideals. Even the intellectual represents the tortured soul who grapples with questions of God, justice, and the problem of evil. Alyosha, the youngest brother, is a novice in a monastery and is often seen as the moral center of the novel, an embodiment of faith, compassion, and spiritual purity. The fourth, unofficial, brother Smerdyakov, Fyodor's servant, lurks in the background, his nihilism and cynicism coming to the fore in the novel's final tragic moments. He presents the arguments for and against God and argues each side passionately. He also asks questions regarding morality, including why anyone should try and be a good person. Each of the Karamazov brothers represents a distinct approach to morality, faith, and human nature, offering a spectrum of responses to some of life's most pressing existential questions. Dostoevsky brilliantly constructed the brothers so that readers can see parts of themselves reflected in their differing personalities and struggles. Their individual approaches to morality and God make the novel a rich philosophical study and deeply human exploration of the choices we all face. Dmitri, Mitya, he represents the sensualist, driven by passion and immediate gratification. Mitya is often impulsive, led by his emotions and desires, and his struggles with morality are centered around the tension between his indulgence in earthly pleasures and his longing for spiritual redemption. His arc revolves around guilt, repentance, and whether or not one can be redeemed after living a life consumed by desire. Many can relate to Mitya in moments of impulsivity, guilt, and the need for forgiveness. Ivan. He embodies the intellectual and rationalist, grappling with the existence of God and the problem of evil. Ivan's moral conflict stems from his profound questioning of divine justice, particularly in light of the suffering of innocents. His famous Grand Inquisitor parable encapsulates his rejection of a God who would allow such suffering. Ivan's moral crisis revolves around whether morality is possible without God, and whether, in a world without divine justice, everything is permitted. Those who wrestle with questions of faith, doubt, and existentialism can deeply relate to Ivan's intellectual turmoil and his desire to reconcile reason with morality. Alyosha. He is the spiritual and compassionate figure, a believer who embodies Christian ideals of faith, humility, and love. Alyosha is often seen as the moral compass of the novel, offering a path of redemption through love, forgiveness, and deep faith in God. He does not struggle with doubt in the way his brothers do, but instead focuses on acts of kindness, understanding, and connection with others. Readers who resonate with the idea of spirituality, compassion, and seeking goodness in the world can find themselves reflected in Alyosha's approach to life. Smerdyakov, fourth brother, though often considered unofficial, he represents nihilism and cynicism, rejecting any moral or spiritual framework. Smerdyakov's worldview is bleak. He believes in nothing and acts without any sense of responsibility or higher purpose. His attitude contrasts sharply with the other brothers' more complex moral struggles. He appeals to those who may feel disillusioned by society's structures and beliefs, seeing the world as arbitrary and meaningless. In this way, the Brothers Karamazov presents a wide range of philosophical and moral perspectives, allowing readers to connect with the characters based on their own views about God, morality, and life. Whether you're someone who struggles with doubt like Ivan, seeks redemption like Mitya, embraces faith like Alyosha, or questions everything like Smerdyakov, the novel offers a mirror to various human experiences and moral dilemmas. This book talks a lot about morality. For me, morality is defined by rich and powerful to suppress the thoughts and voices of the common folks. They tame the system, reach the top, by immoral ways and tell us to fear God and be moral, whereas they are the most immoral people. That's a perspective Ivan's argument resonates strongly with the idea that power often defines morality, rather than an inherent or divine sense of right and wrong. Ivan's skepticism about God and moral authority directly challenges the notion of absolute morality, which is often enforced by those in positions of power. His argument, that without a higher power, everything is permitted, reflects his belief that without a divine moral code, humans are left to create their own rules, and those rules can be easily manipulated by the powerful for their own benefit. Historically, we've seen how the rich, powerful, and mighty have often dictated what is considered moral or just. They establish laws, societal norms, and moral codes that often benefit their own interests, while imposing those same laws on others to maintain control. Those in power can become hypercritical, breaking the very rules they enforce on others. For example, religious or political leaders throughout history have frequently used moral or ethical systems to justify their own authority, only to violate those principles themselves. Ivan's critique fits into this understanding of morality as something that can be relative, shaped by the structures of power. He rejects the idea of a divine, unchanging moral law because, in his view, the existence of suffering, especially the suffering of innocent people, suggests that either God is not all powerful, not all good, or does not exist at all. Therefore, Ivan believes that morality is a human construct and, in the absence of God, it is subject to the whims of those in power. This is a deeply cynical, but not entirely unrealistic perspective. If the rich and powerful define the rules, they can twist morality to suit their own ends, often leading to corruption, oppression, and inequality. In this sense, Ivan might be right. Morality, when detached from any divine or universal source, can become arbitrary, contingent on power dynamics, and lacking in genuine justice. The power of the Brothers Karamazov lies in its recognition of this tension. Yes, the world is unjust. Yes, the powerful often exploit their positions to bend morality to their will. But Dostoevsky doesn't leave us with nihilism as the only answer. Through Alyosha and other characters, he offers an alternative, the possibility of finding meaning not in external systems of power, but in our personal relationships, acts of kindness, and inner moral compass. Alyosha's faith is not in a perfect world or in the powerful, but in love, community, and the possibility of personal redemption, even in the face of suffering. Alyosha believes that even in the face of suffering, we can choose compassion, love, and goodness. His faith is not in the powerful, but in the inherent capacity for good in humanity, grounded in spiritual and moral truths that transcend earthly authority. From Alyosha's perspective, true morality is not determined by power, but by acts of kindness, humility, and the recognition of our shared humanity. The question of whether Ivan is ultimately right depends on whether we believe in an absolute, universal moral code, perhaps grounded in God or some higher truth, or whether we see morality as something human, made, shaped by social, political, and economic forces. If we take Ivan's perspective to heart, we might conclude that morality is, indeed, a tool of the powerful, a way to maintain control and justify their actions. But Dostoevsky, through Alyosha and other characters, leaves the door open for a more hopeful, redemptive view of morality, one that emphasizes personal responsibility, love, and the possibility of transcending corruption. In the end, the Brothers Karamazov doesn't provide easy answers. It presents a spectrum of views, allowing readers to wrestle with these difficult questions. Is morality inherently corrupt, as Ivan suggests? Or can we find meaning and justice in spite of power dynamics, as Alyosha believes? The novel forces us to examine our own beliefs about the nature of good and evil, power and justice, and where we turn for moral guidance in an often unjust world. At its heart, The Brothers Karamazov is an exploration of moral and existential dilemmas. The novel asks, can we be good without God? Ivan's philosophical, rebellion, and the parable of the Grand Inquisitor encapsulate his inner struggle with this question. He challenges the idea of divine justice, particularly in a world where innocent suffering exists, and he questions whether a world built on Christian morality can ever truly justify the immense human pain found within it. Dmitri, on the other hand, is a character constantly torn between hedonism and moral regeneration, while Alyosha offers a counterpoint, embodying the potential for spiritual redemption through faith, humility, and love. Dostoevsky's personal life and circumstances heavily influenced the creation of the Brothers Karamazov. At the time of writing, Dostoevsky was deeply invested in exploring the philosophical implications of religion, especially after enduring immense personal suffering, including the loss of his son, debts, and his own experience with imprisonment in Siberia. He had come to advocate for the spiritual regeneration of Russia through Orthodox Christianity, and many scholars argue that Dostoevsky viewed Alyosha as his own ideal for the future of Russia, a Christ-like figure offering hope and renewal amidst the moral degradation of modernity. Why the Brothers Karamazov still matters today, more than a century later. The Brothers Karamazov remains relevant because it delves into timeless philosophical and moral questions that are still debated today. The novel's exploration of the conflict between faith and reason is strikingly resonant in a world where debates over science, religion, and ethics continue to shape global discourse. Ivan's struggle with the existence of evil and suffering mirrors the existential angst that many experience in a modern, often chaotic and unjust world. His nihilistic outlook and rejection of moral absolutes foreshadow the rise of philosophical movements like existentialism, which became prominent in the 20th century. In a world that is increasingly secular, Dostoevsky's questions of morality, particularly Ivan's argument that, if there is no God, everything is permitted, continue to provoke reflection. Is there an objective foundation for morality, or do we invent our own ethical codes? This question remains vital in our era of moral relativism and widespread ethical dilemmas. The novel's relevance today also lies in its exploration of free will and personal responsibility. Each character in the book, from the pious Alyosha to the morally ambiguous Smerdyakov, faces a crisis of conscience. Their decisions and the consequences of those decisions underscore the difficulty of navigating the modern world, where individualism and moral ambiguity are often at odds with traditional values. Dostoevsky masterfully shows that the search for meaning and moral direction is fraught with peril, but also deeply necessary. The familial and personal conflicts in the Brothers Karamazov, including the intergenerational tension, the struggle for love, and the yearning for redemption, are as relevant now as they were in Dostoevsky's time. The brothers' conflicting personalities represent the many faces of humanity and the competing ideologies of modern society. As a result, readers today can find themselves in one or more of the brothers, resonating with their struggles, their doubts, and their search for meaning. My take ends here. Now you will hear each chapter breakdown, its theme and essence. Do let me know if you want more summaries of popular books. I would love to hear from you. Which brother's perspective resonates most strongly with your own experiences? For me, it was Ivan, but you may have a different opinion. Do share your thoughts in the comments. Part 1. Book 1, The History of a Family. Chapter 1. Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov. The novel opens by introducing Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov, the patriarch of the Karamazov family. Fyodor is depicted as a morally corrupt, self-indulgent man whose wealth comes from manipulation and shrewd business practices. Though born into the landed gentry, he lacks any sense of responsibility or honor. Fyodor's behavior sets the tone for the novel. He is a man driven entirely by his hedonistic desires, showing little care for his 3 sons, Dmitri, Ivan, and Alyosha, who each come from 2 separate marriages. His first wife, Adelaida Ivanovna Musov, left him early in their marriage, and his second wife, Sofia Ivanovna, similarly met a tragic end. Fyodor's approach to life is cynical and materialistic, with no regard for spiritual or moral values. His abandonment of his children and his obsession with wealth, alcohol, and women establish him as the root of the novel's family dysfunction. This chapter not only sets the stage for Fyodor's moral bankruptcy, but also hints at the larger themes of sin and redemption that will come into play later in the novel. The consequences of Fyodor's negligence are profound, especially in how it affects his sons. They are left to fend for themselves emotionally, and this disconnection from their father's influence propels each of them down different life paths. The question of whether Fyodor's debauchery represents an individual failing or a broader societal ill is an idea Dostoevsky plants early, inviting the reader to explore how personal vices influence the collective moral fabric. Chapter 2. He gets rid of his eldest son. In this chapter, we learn about Fyodor's treatment of his eldest son, Dmitri Mitya, after the death of Adelaida Ivanovna, his first wife. Dmitri, only 3 years old at the time, is sent to live with relatives and is effectively abandoned by his father. Fyodor, unconcerned with his son's well-being, feels only relief at being rid of a burden. Dmitri grows up away from his father's influence, but the neglect creates deep psychological wounds that will later erupt into rage and violence. Dmitri's childhood is marked by a lack of love and attention, and this emotional neglect fosters a deep sense of inadequacy and anger that he carries into adulthood. The absence of a strong paternal figure leads Dmitri to pursue reckless, passionate relationships and to harbor unresolved bitterness toward his father. The emotional scars caused by this abandonment are central to Dmitri's characterization. Throughout the novel, his impulsive and fiery nature can be traced back to the lack of parental care, and his complex relationship with his father becomes one of the major plot points. This chapter underscores the theme of parental responsibility and the long-lasting impact of neglect. Dmitri's development as a character is deeply tied to his sense of rejection and betrayal by his father, raising the question of whether children can truly escape the emotional inheritance of their parents' failures. Chapter 3. The Second Marriage and the Second Family. This chapter details Fyodor's second marriage to Sofia Ivanovna, a timid and mentally fragile woman. Sofia enters into marriage with Fyodor in hopes of finding stability and protection. But instead, she finds herself trapped in an abusive and oppressive household. Sofia's delicate mental state deteriorates rapidly under Fyodor's cruelty, and she dies not long after giving birth to two more sons, Ivan and Alyosha. Fyodor, predictably, shows no concern for his new family, leaving Ivan and Alyosha to be raised by servants and distant relatives. The two boys grow up in an emotionally barren environment, much like Dmitri, though they respond to their neglect in different ways. Ivan, the middle child, becomes emotionally detached and highly intellectual. His isolation and lack of affection fuel his existential questioning, leading him to become an atheist and a skeptic. Alyosha, on the other hand, grows into a kind and spiritually inclined young man. His innate goodness and desire for meaning lead him to join a monastery, seeking solace in faith. The stark contrast between Ivan's cold rationalism and Alyosha's warm spirituality introduces one of the central conflicts in the novel. The tension between faith and doubt, reason and belief. Both characters are shaped by the same environment of neglect, but they take radically different paths in response to their father's absence. Chapter 4. The third son, Alyosha. Alyosha, the youngest of the Karamazov brothers, is introduced in this chapter as a stark contrast to his father and brothers. While Fyodor and Dmitri represent passion and indulgence, and Ivan embodies cold rationality, Alyosha is the embodiment of compassion, humility, and spiritual purity. His decision to join the monastery under the guidance of Father Zossima, a revered elder, speaks to his search for higher meaning and his desire to distance himself from the corruption of the world. Alyosha's faith and innate goodness make him stand out in a family plagued by moral and emotional decay. Unlike his brothers, who are consumed by either worldly desires or intellectual pursuits, Alyosha is devoted to living a life of service and love. Alyosha's character represents Dostoevsky's exploration of the concept of the holy fool, a figure whose purity and simplicity allow him to see the truth in ways that others cannot. Alyosha's faith is not naïve, but deeply considered, and his interactions with the other characters often serve to remind them of the possibility of redemption. His presence in the novel provides a moral compass, guiding the reader toward questions of faith, grace, and the role of spirituality in a world that seems irredeemably corrupt. Alyosha's journey is one of quiet strength, offering a counterpoint to the violence and turmoil that surrounds him. Chapter 5: Elders. In this chapter, Dostoevsky introduces the concept of elders in the Russian Orthodox tradition, specifically focusing on Father Zossima, Alyosha's spiritual mentor. Elders are revered figures in the monastery, offering spiritual guidance and wisdom to those who seek it. Father Zossima is portrayed as a deeply wise and compassionate man who has become a father figure to Alyosha, providing him with the moral and spiritual education that Fyodor failed to give. Father Zossima's teachings emphasize the importance of humility, love, and forgiveness, themes that will be central to Alyosha's role in the novel. This chapter not only sets the stage for Alyosha's spiritual journey, but also introduces the philosophical and theological questions that will underpin much of the novel's dialogue. Father Zossima's wisdom provides a counterbalance to the skepticism of characters like Ivan and the hedonism of characters like Dmitri. His presence in the novel underscores the possibility of redemption through faith, even in a world that often seems morally bankrupt. The contrast between the monastery's spiritual calm and the chaos of the outside world reflects the larger conflict between the sacred and the profane. A central theme in the Brothers Karamazov, Book 1, An Unfortunate Gathering, Chapter 1. They arrive at the monastery. In this chapter, the Karamazov family gathers at the local monastery to seek guidance from Father Zossima. The meeting has been arranged by Alyosha in an attempt to reconcile his father, Fyodor, and his brother Dmitri, who have been engaged in a bitter conflict over inheritance and Dmitri's relationship with Grushenka, a woman both men are infatuated with. From the beginning, it's clear that the gathering is tense and ill-fated. Fyodor behaves rudely and crudely, mocking the monastic traditions and causing discomfort for everyone present. His antics serve to antagonize both Dmitri and the other attendees, including Ivan, who maintains a cool but detached demeanor throughout. Alyosha tries to maintain peace, but the deep-seated animosity between his family members makes the situation volatile. This chapter underscores the theme of discord within families, as the Karamazovs' internal strife reflects the larger moral and spiritual struggles of the novel. The monastery, a place of supposed peace and reflection, becomes a setting for conflict, highlighting the clash between the sacred and the profane. The chapter also sets the stage for the philosophical debates that will take place later in the novel. As the characters' contrasting worldviews, Alyosha's faith, Ivan's skepticism, and Dmitri's hedonism, begin to come to the fore. Chapter 2. The Old Buffoon. Fyodor's behavior escalates in this chapter, as he continues to mock the solemnity of the monastery and the people around him. His crude and inappropriate comments, particularly directed at Father Zossima, earn him the title of Old Buffoon among the attendees. Fyodor's actions serve to further humiliate his sons, especially Dmitri, who is already on edge due to the presence of Grushenka, the woman at the center of the family's conflict. Despite the tension, Father Zossima remains calm and composed, responding to Fyodor's provocations with patience and kindness. This contrast between Fyodor's chaotic behavior and Zossima's serene wisdom highlights the moral dichotomy at the heart of the novel. The struggle between base desires and spiritual enlightenment. The old buffoonery of Fyodor is more than just a display of his character's depravity. It symbolizes the broader struggle between belief and disbelief, order and chaos that runs throughout the novel. Fyodor's rejection of any moral or spiritual authority reflects the existential themes that Dostoevsky explores, particularly through the character of Ivan. The scene also foreshadows the tragic consequences of the Karamazov family's inability to resolve their conflicts peacefully. Chapter 3. Peasant Women Who Have Faith. This chapter shifts focus slightly to the peasant women who have come to seek Father Zossima's counsel. These women, humble and devout, stand in stark contrast to the tumultuous and troubled Karamazov family. Their faith is simple and unwavering, and they approach Zossima with deep reverence, asking for his blessings and advice on their personal and familial troubles. The peasants' interactions with Zossima underscore the themes of faith and suffering that permeate the novel. Dostoevsky's portrayal of the peasantry reflects his belief in the spiritual purity of the common people, in contrast to the moral corruption of the aristocracy, as represented by characters like Fyodor. The juxtaposition of the peasants' faith with the Karamazovs' moral chaos highlights one of the novel's central themes: the redemptive power of faith in the face of suffering. While the Karamazovs are consumed by their passions and intellectual struggles, the peasants find solace in their belief in God and the Church. This chapter serves as a reminder of the possibility of redemption, even in a world as dark and troubled as the one Dostoevsky portrays. Chapter 4. A Lady of Little Faith. This chapter introduces Madame Hohlakov, a wealthy and eccentric woman who has come to the monastery with her daughter, Liz. Madame Hohlakov seeks Father Zossima's advice, but unlike the peasant women, she is characterized by her skepticism and lack of deep religious conviction. Her faith is shallow, more concerned with appearances and social conventions than with genuine spiritual reflection. Zossima listens patiently to her concerns, but gently reproaches her for her superficial understanding of faith. Liz, on the other hand, is presented as a more complex and introspective character. Hinting at her future relationship with Alyosha, this chapter delves into the theme of little faith, examining how social status and intellectual pride can distance individuals from true spiritual understanding. Madame Hohlakov represents the kind of shallow religiosity that Dostoevsky criticizes throughout the novel, contrasting with the genuine faith of characters like Alyosha and the peasant women. The conversation between Zossima and Madame Hohlakov also introduces the idea of spiritual struggle as a necessary component of faith, a theme that will resonate throughout the novel's exploration of doubt and belief. Chapter 5. So be it? So be it? Father Zossima's meeting with Fyodor and Dmitri reaches a climax in this chapter, as tensions between the father and son explode. Dmitri, unable to contain his anger any longer, lashes out at his father in a violent outburst, declaring his hatred for Fyodor and accusing him of trying to steal Grushenka away from him. The confrontation is intense and physical, with Dmitri threatening to kill Fyodor in front of everyone. Father Zossima intervenes, placing his hands on Dmitri's shoulders and urging him to seek peace and forgiveness. Dmitri, shaken by Zossima's calm authority, eventually backs down, but the scene leaves a lasting impression on all present, particularly Alyosha, who witnesses his family's dysfunction firsthand. This chapter highlights the theme of forgiveness, a central motif in Dostoevsky's work. Zossima's ability to diffuse the violent situation through his spiritual presence demonstrates the power of faith and love to overcome even the most intense passions. However, the unresolved conflict between Dmitri and Fyodor foreshadows the tragedy that will unfold later in the novel. The tension between the desire for revenge and the possibility of redemption is a key dynamic in the story, with Dmitri's struggle serving as a microcosm of the novel's larger exploration of human nature. Chapter 6. Why is such a man alive? In this chapter, Ivan Karamazov's philosophical outlook is further explored as he engages in a conversation with Alyosha about the nature of evil and suffering. Ivan, who has been quietly observing the family drama, reveals his deep skepticism about the existence of God and the possibility of justice in the world. He questions why a man as morally bankrupt as Fyodor is allowed to live, while others suffer unjustly. Ivan's rational and intellectual approach to life contrasts sharply with Alyosha's faith, as the two brothers represent opposing views on the fundamental questions of existence. Ivan's doubt is not born out of personal animosity, but rather from a deep sense of intellectual dissatisfaction with the world as it is. This chapter introduces one of the novel's central philosophical debates, the problem of evil. Ivan's questioning of why such a man as Fyodor is alive opens up a broader inquiry into the nature of suffering and injustice. Ivan's atheism and rationalism stand in contrast to Alyosha's faith, and their conversations throughout the novel serve as a vehicle for Dostoevsky's exploration of these existential themes. Ivan's rejection of God and his struggle with the existence of evil set the stage for his later crisis of conscience. Chapter 7. A young man bent on a career. In this chapter, we are introduced to Rakitin, a young seminarian who has ambitions far beyond the monastic life. He is a character motivated by self-interest, ambition, and a desire for influence. Rakitin seeks to use his friendship with Alyosha as a way to further his own goals. He views Alyosha's family troubles as an opportunity to advance himself, displaying a cynical and calculating nature. Despite this, Alyosha remains unaware of Rakitin's true motivations, continuing to regard him as a friend. This chapter serves to highlight the growing tension between those who seek power and status, and those, like Alyosha, who are driven by more spiritual and selfless concerns. Rakitin's ambition is an embodiment of one of the novel's key themes: the tension between worldly success and spiritual fulfillment. His character contrasts sharply with Alyosha's, as the two young men represent different paths in life. Rakitin's manipulative tendencies and desire for status reflect Dostoevsky's critique of those who seek power at the expense of moral and spiritual integrity. Chapter 8. The Scandalous Scene. The gathering at the monastery comes to a dramatic and scandalous conclusion in this chapter. Fyodor, emboldened by the chaos he has caused, continues to provoke Dmitri, who is barely able to contain his rage. The situation reaches a boiling point when Dmitri finally snaps, physically attacking his father in front of everyone. The outburst is shocking, and it causes a scene of utter chaos as the attendees rush to separate the two men. Dmitri's violent reaction is not only a result of his pent-up anger toward Fyodor, but also the culmination of his feelings of betrayal and frustration over Grushenka. This chapter serves as a turning point in the novel, as it lays bare the full extent of the Karamazov family's dysfunction. The scandalous nature of the scene also foreshadows the tragic events that will unfold later in the story, as Dmitri's inability to control his emotions will have dire consequences. The theme of unchecked passion is central to this chapter, as Dmitri's impulsive actions demonstrate the destructive power of unbridled emotion. The scene also emphasizes the broader themes of guilt and innocence, as Dmitri's outburst raises questions about responsibility and justice that will become even more pressing as the novel progresses. Book 1, The Sensualists. Chapter 1. In the Servants' Quarters. In this chapter, the focus shifts to the lives of the Karamazov family's servants, particularly Smerdyakov, the illegitimate son of Fyodor Karamazov. Smerdyakov, who has been raised in the Karamazov household, is a strange and unsettling figure. He is cold, detached, and prone to mysterious fits of epilepsy. Smerdyakov's background and his relationship to the Karamazovs are explored in more detail, revealing his resentment toward the family and his complex psychological makeup. His disdain for the Karamazovs, combined with his intellectual arrogance, makes him a dangerous and unpredictable character. This chapter introduces one of the novel's key secondary characters, whose role in the story will become increasingly significant as the plot unfolds. Smerdyakov's background as an outsider within the Karamazov household reflects the novel's themes of alienation and resentment. His presence adds a new layer of tension to the already fraught family dynamics, as his latent hostility toward Fyodor and the other Karamazovs hints at the possibility of further conflict. Chapter 2. Lizaveta. This chapter delves into the tragic story of Lizaveta, a mentally disabled woman who lived in the town and became pregnant with Fyodor Karamazov's child, Smerdyakov. Lizaveta's story is one of neglect and exploitation, as she was taken advantage of by Fyodor, who cared little for her well-being. After giving birth to Smerdyakov, Lizaveta died, leaving him to be raised by servants. The story of Lizaveta underscores the callousness and moral depravity of Fyodor Karamazov, whose actions had far-reaching consequences not only for Smerdyakov, but for the entire Karamazov family. Lizaveta's tragic fate highlights the theme of cruelty and exploitation in the novel. Her story is a stark reminder of the darker side of human nature, as Fyodor's abuse of power and disregard for others' suffering serves as an example of the novel's critique of selfishness and moral decay. The consequences of Fyodor's actions reverberate throughout the novel, as Smerdyakov's resentment and bitterness stem from his illegitimate status and the circumstances of his birth. Chapter 3. The Confession of a Passionate Heart in verse. In this chapter, Dmitri opens up to Alyosha about his intense feelings for Grushenka. Dmitri's confession is passionate and raw, as he reveals the depth of his emotional turmoil. He is torn between his love for Grushenka and his guilt over the damage his obsession has caused, both to his own life and to the lives of those around him. Dmitri's self-awareness is evident, as he acknowledges the destructive nature of his desires, but feels powerless to control them. His confession is delivered in a poetic and impassioned manner, reflecting the intensity of his character. Dmitri's confession underscores the theme of passion and its consequences. His inability to control his emotions leads him down a path of self-destruction, as his love for Grushenka consumes him and drives him to make reckless decisions. This chapter also explores the theme of guilt, as Dmitri grapples with the moral implications of his actions. His confession to Alyosha serves as a moment of vulnerability, revealing the complexity of his character and the internal struggle he faces. Chapter 4. The Confession of a Passionate Heart in Anecdote. Continuing from the previous chapter, Dmitri recounts an anecdote that further illustrates the intensity of his emotions. He tells Alyosha about a time when he was so consumed by his love for Grushenka that he acted impulsively and without regard for the consequences. This story highlights Dmitri's impulsive nature and his tendency to be driven by his passions rather than reason. Despite his awareness of his flaws, Dmitri is unable to break free from the cycle of desire and guilt that defines his relationship with Grushenka. This chapter further explores the theme of unchecked passion, as Dmitri's anecdote serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of allowing emotions to govern one's actions. His struggle to reconcile his love for Grushenka with the destructive consequences of his obsession reflects the broader moral and philosophical questions that permeate the novel. Dmitri's internal conflict serves as a microcosm of the larger existential dilemmas faced by the characters in the Brothers Karamazov. Chapter 5. The Confession of a Passionate Heart heals up. In this final installment of Dmitri's confession, he describes a particularly humiliating moment in his relationship with Grushenka. He tells Alyosha about an incident in which he was so overwhelmed by his feelings for her that he literally fell. Heals up, an expression that symbolizes his complete loss of control. The humiliation Dmitri feels in this moment is palpable, and it serves as a turning point in his relationship with Grushenka. Despite the depth of his love, Dmitri begins to realize that his obsession has led him to a place of degradation and self-loathing. This chapter highlights the theme of humiliation and the loss of dignity, as Dmitri's emotional vulnerability leaves him exposed and ashamed. The heels up incident serves as a metaphor for Dmitri's overall journey, as he grapples with the consequences of his unchecked passions. The chapter also touches on the theme of redemption, as Dmitri's recognition of his own failings sets the stage for his eventual search for forgiveness and reconciliation. Chapter 6. Smerdyakov. This chapter provides a deeper look into the character of Smerdyakov, who is introduced as a peculiar and unsettling figure, born to the mentally ill Lizaveta and fathered by Fyodor Karamazov. Smerdyakov grew up in a state of neglect, which greatly shaped his worldview. He is deeply cynical and shows a disdain for both religion and morality, exhibiting a nihilistic outlook on life. Smerdyakov's character is presented as someone cold and calculating, with a strange mix of servility and quiet rebellion. He is also physically frail and suffers from epilepsy, which adds to his enigmatic nature. As the chapter unfolds, it becomes clear that Smerdyakov harbors a deep resentment toward the Karamazov family, especially toward Fyodor. His conversation with Ivan reveals his intellectual arrogance, as he tries to engage in philosophical debates about the existence of God and the nature of morality. His views often align with Ivan's, but Smerdyakov takes Ivan's intellectual skepticism to a more practical and potentially dangerous level. This chapter hints at Smerdyakov's potential to play a more significant role in the darker aspects of the story, as his cunning and resentment simmer beneath the surface. Smerdyakov's character introduces a theme of moral ambiguity, as his actions and motivations challenge the conventional distinctions between good and evil. His nihilism reflects Dostoevsky's exploration of the consequences of a worldview that denies the existence of higher moral values, and his interaction with Ivan foreshadows the deeper philosophical conflicts that will arise later in the novel. Chapter 7. The Controversy. In this chapter, a heated argument erupts between Ivan, Fyodor, and the other members of the Karamazov family, as well as some of the guests present. The central topic of the controversy is religion, with Ivan taking a strong stance against the idea of a benevolent God. His skepticism is met with strong opposition, particularly from Alyosha and the religious figures present. The argument becomes increasingly tense as Ivan expresses his philosophical views on the existence of evil in the world and the suffering of innocent people, which he believes disproves the existence of a just and loving God. Fyodor, ever the provocateur, delights in the argument and uses it as an opportunity to mock everyone involved. Ivan's intellectual arguments about faith and suffering lead to a more personal confrontation between him and his family, particularly with Alyosha, whose faith in God remains unshaken despite Ivan's harsh criticism. The debate ends without resolution, but the rift between Ivan and the others is deepened. This chapter is a key moment in the novel's exploration of faith and doubt, as Ivan's rational rejection of God's existence contrasts sharply with Alyosha's devout belief. The intellectual and emotional intensity of the controversy highlights the broader philosophical questions at the heart of the novel, particularly the problem of suffering and the search for meaning in a world that often seems cruel and indifferent. Chapter 8. Over the Brandy. The argument from the previous chapter continues in a less formal setting as the characters share drinks over brandy. The tone of the conversation shifts from intense philosophical debate to a more casual and personal exchange, though the underlying tension remains. Fyodor, still enjoying the chaos he has stirred, continues to provoke those around him, especially Dmitri. The conversation turns to personal matters, with each character revealing more about their inner struggles and desires. Fyodor's hedonism and Dmitri's passionate nature clash in this setting, leading to a series of heated exchanges that further expose the dysfunctional dynamics within the family. At the same time, Ivan remains distant and aloof, continuing to articulate his views on morality and the meaning of life in a detached manner. His intellectual coldness contrasts with Dmitri's fiery emotions, and the two brothers' differing approaches to life become more apparent. Meanwhile, Alyosha remains the moral center of the group, trying to mediate and bring peace to the escalating situation. This chapter serves as a bridge between the intellectual debates of the previous chapter and the more personal conflicts that will come to the forefront later in the novel. It also underscores the theme of indulgence and excess, as the characters' consumption of alcohol mirrors their indulgence in their own desires and weaknesses. Chapter 9. The Sensualists. The focus of this chapter returns to Dmitri, whose passionate and impulsive nature comes to the forefront. Dmitri is torn between his love for Katerina Ivanovna and his obsession with Grushenka. His emotional turmoil is exacerbated by his financial troubles and the growing tension between him and his father, Fyodor, who is also infatuated with Grushenka. Dmitri's inner conflict reaches a breaking point as he becomes increasingly desperate to resolve his feelings for both women and to secure the money he needs to pay off his debts. Dmitri's sensualism is not limited to his romantic entanglements. It extends to his desire for wealth and status, which drives him to consider drastic actions. His impulsive nature leads him to make reckless decisions, including planning to confront Fyodor and demand the money he believes is rightfully his. The chapter paints Dmitri as a man on the edge, consumed by his desires and unable to find peace. This chapter continues the exploration of the theme of passion and its destructive potential. Dmitri's inability to control his emotions and desires sets him on a path toward self-destruction, as his impulsive actions threaten to unravel both his personal relationships and his financial stability. Chapter 10. Both Together. In this chapter, Dmitri and Grushenka finally come together in a moment of emotional intensity. Dmitri, driven by his love for Grushenka, seeks her out, hoping to win her over once and for all. However, the meeting does not go as planned, as Grushenka remains elusive and unpredictable. She plays with Dmitri's emotions, teasing him with the possibility of love while also keeping him at a distance. Dmitri's desperation grows as he realizes that his feelings for Grushenka are consuming him, and he is powerless to resist her allure. Grushenka's character is further developed in this chapter, revealing her as a complex and independent woman who is not easily swayed by the men who pursue her. While she enjoys the attention and power she holds over Dmitri, she is also aware of the consequences of their relationship. The tension between Dmitri and Grushenka reaches a peak in this chapter, as their emotional and physical attraction to one another is tempered by their mutual distrust and the uncertainty of their future together. This chapter explores the theme of love and manipulation, as Dmitri's passion for Grushenka is contrasted with her more calculated approach to their relationship. The power dynamics between the two characters highlight the novel's broader exploration of the ways in which love can be both a source of joy and a cause of suffering. Chapter 11. Another reputation ruined. The final chapter of Book Winyi brings the conflicts and tensions within the Karamazov family to a head. Dmitri's reckless behavior and his increasingly volatile emotions have reached a breaking point, and his actions begin to have serious consequences. In a fit of rage, Dmitri confronts his father, Fyodor, accusing him of withholding money and attempting to steal Grushenka from him. The confrontation escalates into a violent altercation, during which Dmitri loses control and strikes Fyodor. This outburst ruins Dmitri's reputation, as he is now seen as a dangerous and unstable figure, both within his family and in the wider community. The chapter ends with Dmitri fleeing the scene, leaving behind a trail of destruction in his wake. His impulsive actions have set in motion a chain of events that will have far-reaching consequences for everyone involved. The tension between Dmitri and Fyodor, as well as the unresolved love triangle with Grushenka, foreshadows the tragedy that will soon unfold. This chapter emphasizes the theme of violence and its destructive power. Dmitri's inability to control his temper and his actions leads to a downward spiral that threatens to destroy not only his own life, but also the lives of those around him. The chapter also highlights the theme of reputation and the ways in which social standing and public perception play a role in the characters' lives. Part 1, Book V, Lacerations. Chapter 1. Father Ferapont. The character of Father Ferapont is introduced as a counterpoint to Father Zossima, Alyosha's revered elder. Father Ferapont represents an extreme form of asceticism and a rigid, almost fanatical interpretation of faith. Unlike the compassionate and wise Zossima, Ferapont is known for his harshness and strictness in matters of religious devotion. He rejects worldly comforts and views spiritual matters through a lens of suffering and penance. In this chapter, Alyosha visits Father Ferapont to seek guidance, but instead of finding solace, he is confronted with Ferapont's severe and judgmental demeanor. The elder speaks of demons and divine retribution, presenting a terrifying vision of faith rooted in fear rather than love. His spiritual outlook is rigid and devoid of the compassion that Alyosha finds in Zossima, and the meeting leaves Alyosha troubled. The chapter serves to contrast different forms of religious devotion and the consequences of dogmatic, fear-based spirituality. Ferapont's extreme views highlight Dostoevsky's exploration of the dangers of religious zealotry, which can lead to alienation and cruelty. Father Ferapont's rigid faith contrasts sharply with Zossima's vision of a loving and merciful God, deepening the novel's ongoing philosophical exploration of religion. Alyosha is left to question the role of fear, love, and compassion in his own spiritual journey. Chapter 2. At his father's. This chapter shifts focus back to Alyosha's troubled relationship with his father, Fyodor. Alyosha, though devout and peace-seeking, must confront the darker aspects of his family, particularly the abusive and debauched behavior of his father. Fyodor's hedonism and neglect have caused much of the family's suffering, and Alyosha's attempt to bring reconciliation is met with derision. Fyodor takes delight in mocking Alyosha's faith, trying to provoke him by ridiculing both Zossima and the concept of piety. In the face of this antagonism, Alyosha remains calm, refusing to retaliate with anger. His restraint is a testament to his moral integrity. Yet it also underscores his helplessness in addressing the dysfunction of his family. Fyodor's cruelty is not just directed at Alyosha, but at all those around him, including his other sons. In this chapter, the reader gains a fuller understanding of Fyodor's role as a catalyst for the conflict within the Karamazov family. This chapter showcases the contrast between Alyosha's desire for peace and his father's destructive impulses. It also highlights the theme of forgiveness as Alyosha continues to love and care for his father despite Fyodor's flaws. The scene sets the stage for the continued struggle between spiritual purity and moral corruption within the family. Chapter 3. A meeting with the schoolboys. In this chapter, Alyosha encounters a group of schoolboys, including the troubled Alyosha, whose story will play a significant role later in the novel. Alyosha is drawn to the boys because of his compassionate nature and desire to help others, particularly those who are suffering. He quickly notices that Alyosha is being bullied by his peers, and he intervenes to defend him. The interaction between Alyosha and the boys reveals his ability to connect with people of all ages and backgrounds. His genuine kindness contrasts with the cruelty of the other boys, who mock and torment Alyosha. Alyosha's defense of the boy marks the beginning of a deep bond between the two. As Alyosha becomes determined to help Alyosha and bring some comfort to his life. The chapter introduces the theme of childhood innocence and the corruption that can stem from societal pressures. Alyosha's plight reflects the broader themes of suffering and redemption that run throughout the novel. Alyosha's compassion and desire to protect the innocent make him a moral anchor in the increasingly chaotic world of the Karamazovs. Chapter 4. At the Hohlakovs. Alyosha's visit to the Holakov household introduces the reader to Madame Holakov, a somewhat eccentric and self-absorbed woman who plays a peripheral but important role in the story. Madame Hohlakov is obsessed with the idea of improving herself and society, yet her motivations are often superficial. Her wealth and social status allow her to dabble in various causes, though her understanding of deeper philosophical or spiritual matters is shallow at best. During his visit, Alyosha listens patiently to Madame Hohlakov's many ideas and concerns, even though her chatter often distracts from more pressing issues. Madame Hohlakov's daughter, Liz, is also present, and it becomes clear that she has developed feelings for Alyosha. The attraction between Liz and Alyosha adds another layer of complexity to his character, as he is torn between his spiritual commitments and the possibility of a romantic relationship. This chapter touches on themes of social ambition and superficiality, as Madame Hohlakov's focus on appearances contrasts with Alyosha's deeper spiritual concerns. The budding relationship between Alyosha and Liz also introduces the theme of love and the potential conflict between personal desires and religious devotion. Chapter 5. A laceration in the drawing room. The tension between Katerina Ivanovna and Dmitri escalates in this chapter, as Dmitri arrives at the Hohlakov household to confront her. The scene that unfolds is highly charged, with emotions running high as Katerina and Dmitri's complicated relationship reaches a breaking point. Katerina is still deeply in love with Dmitri, despite his betrayal and his obsession with Grushenka. Dmitri, meanwhile, is racked with guilt and shame over his actions, but he is unable to fully break free from his passionate desires. As the argument intensifies, it becomes clear that both Katerina and Dmitri are caught in a cycle of emotional torment. Katerina's pride prevents her from fully forgiving Dmitri, while Dmitri's impulsiveness and guilt keep him from making amends. The scene ends in a painful and unresolved confrontation, leaving both characters emotionally wounded. This chapter highlights the destructive power of pride and passion, as both Dmitri and Katerina are unable to reconcile their feelings. Their relationship serves as a microcosm of the larger themes of love, betrayal, and forgiveness that run throughout the novel. Chapter 6. A laceration in the cottage. The narrative shifts to another emotionally charged scene, this time involving Grushenka. Dmitri seeks her out, desperate to win her over and resolve the turmoil in his heart. Grushenka, however, remains elusive, playing with Dmitri's emotions as she oscillates between affection and indifference. The emotional tension between them reaches a fever pitch, as Dmitri's desperation to secure Grushenka's love leads him to behave recklessly. Grushenka's character is further fleshed out in this chapter, revealing her as a woman torn between her own desires and her need for independence. She is acutely aware of the power she holds over Dmitri, but she is also hesitant to fully commit to him, knowing the chaos that surrounds their relationship. The meeting between the two ends without resolution, leaving Dmitri even more desperate and confused. This chapter underscores the theme of love's ability to both uplift and destroy. Dmitri's obsessive love for Grushenka continues to drive him toward self-destruction, while Grushenka's ambivalence adds to the uncertainty and instability of their relationship. Chapter 7. And in the open air, in the final chapter of Book on V, the emotional intensity of the previous scenes is brought into the open, as Dmitri's volatile emotions finally reach a breaking point. Overwhelmed by his passion for Grushenka, his resentment toward his father, and his financial woes, Dmitri becomes increasingly desperate. He feels trapped by his circumstances and is unable to find a way out. Dmitri's emotional state deteriorates as he contemplates drastic actions to resolve his situation. His impulsive nature leads him to consider violent measures, particularly toward his father, who he believes is standing in the way of his happiness. The chapter sets the stage for the dramatic events that will soon unfold as Dmitri's inner turmoil reaches its climax. This chapter explores the theme of free will and the consequences of unchecked emotions. Dmitri's inability to control his impulses and desires has led him to the brink of disaster, and his fate now hangs in the balance. Book 5 Pro and Contra. Chapter 1. The Engagement. The tension between Dmitri, Katerina Ivanovna, and Grushenka takes center stage in this chapter as the consequences of Dmitri's torn loyalties begin to unravel. The chapter begins with a meeting between Dmitri and Katerina, where she is still holding on to the hope of their engagement despite Dmitri's betrayal. Dmitri, on the other hand, is conflicted between his guilt for abandoning Katerina and his overwhelming passion for Grushenka. Dmitri's inner turmoil is palpable throughout the conversation. He expresses remorse for leading Katerina on, but his apology is half-hearted because he is so consumed by his feelings for Grushenka. Katerina's pride and sense of honor prevent her from fully accepting the truth of Dmitri's betrayal, and she clings to the notion that he will return to her. This interaction highlights the tragic nature of their relationship, a bond built on pride, guilt, and unresolved emotional wounds. The chapter underscores the theme of human suffering and the destructive power of misplaced emotions. Both Dmitri and Katerina are trapped in a cycle of pain, unable to escape the consequences of their past actions. The conflict between duty and passion and the moral implications of Dmitri's choices form the crux of this chapter. As the story progresses, the engagement becomes an even more tangled web, ultimately affecting all of the characters in significant ways. Chapter 2. Smerdyakov with a Guitar. Smerdyakov, the enigmatic servant of Fyodor Pavlovich, becomes a more prominent figure in this chapter. He is revealed to be a character who harbors deep resentment and bitterness toward the Karamazov family, particularly Dmitri. The chapter opens with Smerdyakov playing his guitar, a symbol of his aloof and detached nature. Despite his servile position, Smerdyakov is highly intelligent and cunning, traits that will later play a significant role in the unfolding events. As he interacts with Ivan, Smerdyakov begins to reveal his nihilistic worldview, which is heavily influenced by Ivan's own philosophical musings about the absence of God and moral relativism. Smerdyakov expresses a complete disregard for human life and morality, believing that without divine punishment, people are free to act as they please without consequence. This worldview unsettles Ivan, who is forced to confront the darker implications of his own beliefs. Smerdyakov's character embodies the theme of moral decay and the dangerous consequences of intellectual arrogance. His conversations with Ivan serve as a mirror to Ivan's own internal struggles with faith and morality, and they foreshadow the tragic events that will follow. The introduction of Smerdyakov's nihilism adds a new layer of philosophical tension to the novel, as his beliefs challenge the ethical foundation of the Karamazov family and the society around them. Chapter 3. The brothers make friends. In this chapter, the strained relationship between the Karamazov brothers begins to show signs of reconciliation. Ivan and Alyosha meet for a conversation that is both emotionally charged and deeply philosophical. Ivan, who has been grappling with his doubts about religion and morality, finds in Alyosha a compassionate and understanding listener. Alyosha, for his part, seeks to understand his brother's inner turmoil and offer solace. The conversation between the two brothers touches on profound questions of faith, suffering, and the existence of evil in the world. Ivan expresses his belief that if God exists, he is cruel for allowing innocent people to suffer. This is a central theme of the novel, as Ivan's rebellion against God stems from his inability to reconcile the existence of suffering with the concept of a benevolent deity. Alyosha, though devout, does not attempt to argue with Ivan, but instead listens patiently, recognizing that his brother is in deep spiritual pain. The bond between Ivan and Alyosha begins to strengthen as they find common ground in their shared experiences of family dysfunction and personal suffering. While Ivan remains distant from faith, Alyosha's presence provides him with a sense of comfort and connection. This chapter marks a turning point in the relationship between the brothers, setting the stage for their future interactions and the philosophical debates that will follow. Chapter 4. Rebellion. This chapter is one of the most philosophically charged in the entire novel, as Ivan articulates his deep-seated rejection of the Christian worldview. In a powerful monologue, Ivan presents his argument against the existence of a just and loving God, focusing on the problem of evil and human suffering. He recounts several horrific stories of innocent children being abused and murdered, using these examples to challenge the idea of divine justice. Ivan's rebellion is not directed at the existence of God per se, but at the notion that God is good and just. He cannot accept a world in which innocent people, especially children, suffer needlessly. Ivan argues that if there is a God, he must be complicit in this suffering, and therefore Ivan chooses to reject him. This philosophical stance is deeply personal for Ivan, as it reflects his own internal struggles with morality and the meaning of life in the face of overwhelming cruelty and injustice. Alyosha listens to Ivan's arguments with great empathy, but remains firm in his belief in God's goodness. He acknowledges the mystery of suffering, but maintains that love and faith are the only paths to understanding. Ivan's rebellion highlights the novel's central theme of theodicy, the question of why a benevolent God allows evil to exist. It also underscores the existential crisis that many of the characters face as they grapple with questions of faith, morality, and the meaning of life. Chapter 5. The Grand Inquisitor. This chapter contains the famous Grand Inquisitor poem, which Ivan shares with Alyosha during their conversation. In the poem, Ivan imagines a scenario in which Christ returns to earth during the time of the Spanish Inquisition. Instead of being welcomed, Christ is arrested by the Grand Inquisitor. who accuses him of burdening humanity with the gift of free will. The Inquisitor argues that people are incapable of handling the responsibility of freedom, and that they would rather submit to authority than make difficult moral choices. The Grand Inquisitor's speech is a scathing critique of organized religion, which he claims has taken away people's freedom in exchange for security and comfort. He believes that by offering people miracles, mystery, and authority, the Church has enslaved them rather than liberated them. The Inquisitor insists that Christ's message of freedom is too difficult for humanity to bear, and that the Church must maintain control to ensure order and stability. The poem reflects Ivan's own ambivalence toward religion and his belief that freedom is a curse rather than a gift. It also challenges Alyosha's faith, as it raises the question of whether people are truly capable of living in accordance with Christ's teachings. The chapter explores themes of freedom, authority, and the tension between individual choice and collective responsibility. The Grand Inquisitor's critique of the Church mirrors Ivan's own struggles with faith and morality, making this one of the most thought-provoking chapters in the novel. Chapter 6, for a while a very obscure one. After the intense philosophical debates of the previous chapters, this chapter provides a brief respite as Ivan and Alyosha continue their conversation. Ivan, having expressed his doubts and frustrations, begins to open up more about his personal struggles. He reveals that he is planning to leave town soon, hoping to escape the burdens of his family and his own inner turmoil. However, he also expresses a sense of resignation, as though he knows that running away will not solve his problems. Alyosha, ever compassionate, encourages Ivan to stay and work through his difficulties rather than avoid them. He tries to appeal to Ivan's sense of duty toward their family, particularly toward their father, Fyodor. Despite their differences, Alyosha's love and concern for his brother shine through in this chapter. Ivan, though still distant from faith, begins to appreciate Alyosha's unwavering support and kindness. This chapter highlights the theme of familial responsibility and the importance of staying connected to one's roots, even in times of crisis. It also underscores the deep bond between the brothers, which, despite their philosophical differences, remains one of mutual respect and love. As Ivan prepares to leave, the reader is left wondering what consequences his departure will have on the unfolding drama within the Karamazov family. Chapter 7. It's always worthwhile speaking to a clever man. In this chapter, Ivan Karamazov has an unexpected conversation with Rakitin, a clever but manipulative character who frequently seeks to exploit situations for his own benefit. The chapter title suggests that it can be worthwhile to engage in dialogue with an intelligent person, even if their motivations are questionable, which aligns with Rakitin's role in the story. Despite his cunning and sharpness, Rakitin's cleverness lacks depth in matters of faith and morality, often focusing on the superficial or opportunistic aspects of life. The conversation between Ivan and Rakitin revolves around their differing worldviews and personal ambitions. Rakitin, who is politically radical and sees Ivan as a kindred spirit in his atheism and intellectual pursuits. Attempts to persuade Ivan to join in undermining the social and religious structures they both appear to question. However, Ivan is not fully drawn in by Rakitin's opportunism, as his existential struggle is far deeper than Rakitin's political interests. Ivan's moral and philosophical concerns, centered around issues like suffering, free will, and justice, go beyond Rakitin's more cynical worldview. Ivan, although an atheist, is troubled by his own intellect, which has led him into deep philosophical dilemmas about the nature of God, morality, and human suffering. In contrast, Rakitin's cleverness is focused more on immediate gains and manipulation, lacking the moral weight and genuine search for truth that Ivan grapples with. The dialogue highlights the contrast between intellectualism and moral depth, as well as the tension between a utilitarian view of intelligence and a more profound engagement with life's deeper questions. Rakitin represents an intellectual without conscience, while Ivan, despite his doubts and rebellion against religious faith, is still haunted by the larger questions of existence. This chapter reveals the limitations of cleverness when it is not anchored in moral or ethical conviction. Ivan's response to Rakitin indicates that he values thoughtfulness and depth over mere wit, even as he himself wrestles with these larger existential concerns. It also marks Ivan's growing isolation as he becomes more disillusioned with both Rakitin's manipulations and the broader implications of his own atheistic beliefs, setting the stage for his internal struggles that escalate in the later parts of the novel. Part 1, Book 5I, The Russian Monk, Chapter 1, Father Zossima and His Visitors. This chapter offers an intimate look into the wisdom of Father Zossima, the elder who serves as a central figure of spiritual authority and guidance in the novel. Here, Zossima is visited by various individuals who seek his counsel, revealing his role as both a spiritual guide and a moral compass for the community. His visitors come with diverse concerns, ranging from personal problems to profound moral and existential dilemmas, each looking to him for wisdom. The chapter paints a picture of Zossima's deep empathy, his remarkable ability to connect with each person regardless of their social status or the complexity of their issues. Zossima listens without judgment and provides advice rooted in love, humility, and the Christian doctrine of forgiveness. One visitor, for example, is a wealthy landowner burdened by his mistreatment of his serfs. Zossima urges him to repent and take responsibility for his wrongs, not just as an individual, but as a member of humanity. This encounter underscores Zossima's belief in collective responsibility, a central theme in his teachings. He often reminds his visitors that every person is interconnected, and that each individual's actions affect the whole of humanity. This reflects his broader view of sin and redemption, where one must not only seek forgiveness for their own wrongdoings, but also bear the burdens of others. The spiritual wisdom of Father Zossima shines through in his emphasis on humility and love. He teaches that the highest virtue is love, which is not a feeling, but a constant act of will, an effort to understand, forgive, and serve others. Zossima's philosophy is deeply rooted in the idea that we are all responsible for one another, and through love and humility, we can redeem not only ourselves but the world. His views are the polar opposite of Ivan's cold rationalism and atheistic rebellion, which dismisses the idea of universal responsibility. Zossima's conversations with his visitors also reveal his attitude toward suffering. He views suffering as a path to spiritual enlightenment, arguing that it can purify the soul and bring people closer to God. He suggests that through suffering, one can learn compassion, patience, and humility, virtues that lead to a deeper understanding of oneself and others. This concept of redemptive suffering contrasts with Ivan's rejection of a world where innocent people suffer, particularly children. Zossima sees suffering not as a punishment or injustice, but as a necessary part of the human experience that allows individuals to grow spiritually. In this chapter, Zossima's interactions with his visitors not only provide insights into his own character, but also set the stage for the spiritual journeys of other characters. Particularly Alyosha, his teachings about love, humility, and responsibility serve as a moral compass for the novel's exploration of faith, doubt, and the nature of human suffering. Father Zossima stands as a beacon of hope, offering a vision of life where individuals can find redemption through selfless love and acceptance of their shared humanity, even in the face of doubt and suffering. Chapter 2. The Duel. This chapter delves deeper into the history and personal philosophy of Father Zossima. We learn about a significant episode from his youth when he participated in a duel. Zossima, who was once a proud and impulsive man, found himself in a situation that pushed him toward a major turning point in his life. As he recounts the events leading up to the duel, Zossima describes how, at the very last moment, he experienced a profound spiritual awakening. He was overcome with remorse and threw down his weapon, refusing to participate in the duel. This act of humility and repentance shocked everyone, but it marked the beginning of Zossima's journey toward faith and monastic life. He chose to embrace a life of humility, love, and peace, which eventually led him to the monastery. His decision to forego violence in favor of forgiveness and love is central to his character and his teachings, as it reflects his belief that violence and pride are destructive forces that can only be countered by spiritual awakening and selflessness. The chapter highlights the theme of spiritual transformation and redemption. Zossima's story illustrates the power of personal choice in confronting one's inner demons and seeking a higher path. His rejection of violence and embrace of forgiveness becomes a guiding principle in his later life as a monk, influencing his interactions with others and his teachings. The duel symbolizes the clash between worldly pride and spiritual enlightenment, a conflict that many characters in the novel face in different ways. Chapter 3. Conversations and Exhortations of Father Zossima. This chapter provides a rich tapestry of Father Zossima's spiritual teachings, as he shares his wisdom with his followers. His exhortations cover a wide range of topics, including the importance of love, forgiveness, and personal responsibility. He emphasizes the interconnectedness of all human beings and argues that each person must take responsibility for the sins of others, not in a literal sense, but as an acknowledgement of the shared human condition. Zossima also speaks about the redemptive power of suffering, urging his followers to embrace suffering as a means of spiritual growth. He believes that through suffering, one can achieve a deeper understanding of love and compassion and come closer to God. His teachings are deeply rooted in Christian theology, particularly the ideas of humility and selflessness, which stand in stark contrast to the pride and selfishness displayed by characters like Fyodor Karamazov and Ivan. In this chapter, Zossima's philosophy directly addresses the existential questions that Ivan struggles with throughout the novel, especially the problem of suffering and the existence of God. While Ivan questions the justice of a world in which innocent people suffer, Zossima sees suffering as an integral part of the human experience that can lead to spiritual salvation. This chapter underscores the novel's exploration of faith, doubt, and the search for meaning in a world filled with suffering. Zossima's exhortations also touch on the theme of communal responsibility, suggesting that individuals are morally bound to help each other and work toward the betterment of society. His teachings resonate with Alyosha, who seeks to embody Zossima's ideals of love and selflessness, and they stand in opposition to the nihilistic and cynical attitudes of characters like Ivan and Rakitin. Part 1. Book 5, Alyosha, Chapter 1. The Breath of Corruption. In this chapter, Alyosha experiences a profound spiritual crisis following the death of Father Zossima. The elder monk's body begins to decay shortly after his death, which is seen by many as a sign of divine disfavor. This sudden decay contrasts with the expectation that Zossima's body would remain incorrupt as a symbol of his holiness. The reaction of the other monks and the faithful to this event creates a scandal within the monastery and deeply shakes Alyosha's faith. Alyosha had placed great spiritual hope in Zossima's teachings and presence, and the apparent corruption of Zossima's body is a moment of disillusionment for him. He feels a sense of betrayal, as if the miraculous expectations surrounding Zossima have been shattered. This event causes Alyosha to question his faith and the ideals that he has followed so devoutly. The theme of doubt is central in this chapter. Alyosha, who has been the most spiritually pure character in the novel, now faces his first major crisis of faith. The decay of Zossima's body symbolizes the fragility of human expectations and the mystery of divine will, reminding readers that faith is often tested in unexpected ways. The chapter also highlights the tension between outward appearances and inner spirituality, as Zossima's decaying body does not diminish the value of his teachings or his spiritual legacy, even though it causes a crisis for those who put their faith in external signs of holiness. Chapter 2. A critical moment. In this chapter, Alyosha is reeling from the spiritual shock of Father Zossima's death and the ensuing scandal regarding the decay of his body. His faith, once steadfast and pure, has been severely shaken. He leaves the monastery feeling lost and adrift, no longer anchored by the spiritual guidance of his elder. Alyosha's encounter with Grushenka in this chapter marks a critical turning point for his character. Alyosha's meeting with Grushenka is pivotal because it brings together two characters who, on the surface, seem completely different. Grushenka, the woman who has been at the center of conflict and temptation for the Karamazov brothers, is known for her seductive and manipulative nature. Alyosha, on the other hand, is the purest of the brothers, deeply spiritual and kind-hearted. However, in his moment of vulnerability, Alyosha turns to Grushenka for comfort, and the encounter is transformative for both of them. Instead of playing her usual role as the temptress, Grushenka shows Alyosha an unexpected depth of compassion. She opens up to him about her own suffering and past mistakes, revealing her inner turmoil. Alyosha, in turn, listens to her with genuine empathy. This meeting allows Alyosha to begin to understand the complexities of human nature and the possibility of redemption, even for those who seem lost. Grushenka's capacity for love and kindness surprises both herself and Alyosha, highlighting the idea that even those who are deeply flawed can experience transformation and redemption. Alyosha's time with Grushenka helps him to regain his spiritual footing, but in a new, more mature way. His previous faith, while pure, was somewhat naive and untested. Through this encounter, Alyosha comes to understand that faith is not about perfection or escaping the messiness of human relationships, but about finding love and forgiveness even in the most unexpected places. His crisis of faith begins to heal as he sees that goodness can exist in even the most broken souls, and that love is a force that can bridge the gaps between people, regardless of their past actions. The theme of redemption is prominent in this chapter, as both Alyosha and Grushenka experience a form of spiritual renewal. Alyosha, who was on the verge of losing his faith, finds new strength in his interactions with Grushenka, while she, in turn, begins to soften and show a more compassionate side. This chapter also explores the theme of human complexity, suggesting that people are not simply good or evil, but a mixture of both, capable of great kindness and love even after committing serious wrongs. Ultimately, the chapter reinforces Dostoevsky's belief in the possibility of grace and redemption for all, regardless of past sins. It marks a significant moment in Alyosha's spiritual journey as he begins to see the world and the people in it with greater compassion and understanding, moving beyond the idealized faith of his youth to a more grounded and humanistic understanding of love and redemption. Chapter 3. An Onion. In this chapter, Grushenka shares the story of the onion with Alyosha, a parable that carries deep spiritual meaning. The story is about a wicked woman who is condemned to hell but is offered a chance of redemption. An angel tells her that she can be saved if she can find a single good deed she has done in her life. The woman recalls giving an onion to a beggar once, and the angel offers to pull her out of hell using the onion as a lifeline. However, as the angel begins to pull her up, others in hell grab onto her to be saved as well. In her selfishness, the woman kicks them away, and the onion breaks, causing her to fall back into the flames. The parable of the onion reflects one of the central moral lessons in the novel: the power of even a small act of kindness, but also the importance of selflessness. Grushenka, who tells the story, identifies with the woman in the tale, feeling that she, too, has been selfish and wicked. However, Alyosha, who listens to the story with deep empathy, encourages her to see that she is capable of redemption. He suggests that her act of telling the story itself and her recognition of her flaws is the beginning of her own spiritual renewal. The Onion story serves as a metaphor for the novel's broader themes of sin, redemption, and the possibility of salvation. It also mirrors the relationships between many of the characters, particularly the Karamazov brothers, who are all grappling with their own moral struggles. The story's message, that even a small act of goodness can be the key to salvation, resonates with Alyosha's belief in the inherent potential for goodness in every person. Alyosha's reaction to the story further demonstrates his capacity for forgiveness and love. Instead of condemning Grushenka for her past, he focuses on her potential for redemption, offering her a path forward that is rooted in compassion and understanding. This chapter solidifies Alyosha's role as a moral and spiritual guide, not just for himself, but for others as well, as he helps those around him see the possibility of grace and redemption in their own lives. The themes of forgiveness, redemption, and the power of small acts of kindness are central to this chapter. The Onion parable encapsulates the moral lessons that Dostoevsky weaves throughout the novel, particularly the idea that even the most flawed individuals can find redemption through love and selflessness. Alyosha's unwavering belief in the goodness of others, even in the face of their sins, reinforces the novel's spiritual message of hope and salvation. Chapter 4, Cana of Galilee. At the end of Book 5, Alyosha experiences a moment of profound spiritual renewal. After his emotional and transformative encounter with Grushenka, Alyosha returns to the monastery and, in a vision, imagines himself at the wedding feast at Cana of Galilee, where Christ performed his first miracle by turning water into wine. This vision is deeply symbolic, representing a turning point in Alyosha's spiritual journey. In the vision, Alyosha feels a deep sense of joy and connection to the divine, as if he has been invited to partake in the miracle of life and love. The wedding feast symbolizes the union of humanity with the divine, a theme that runs throughout the novel. Alyosha's experience at Cana of Galilee marks the end of his spiritual crisis and the beginning of his renewed faith. He realizes that faith is not about escaping the complexities of life, but embracing them with love, compassion, and humility. This chapter highlights the theme of spiritual resurrection. Alyosha, who had been on the verge of losing his faith, is spiritually reborn through his encounters with others and his vision of divine love. The Cana of Galilee symbolizes the possibility of renewal and transformation, not just for Alyosha, but for all the characters in the novel. It suggests that even in the midst of suffering and doubt, there is always the possibility of grace and redemption. In this moment of spiritual awakening, Alyosha becomes more than just a follower of Zossima's teachings. He embodies them. His faith is no longer naive or untested, but grounded in his own experiences of love, suffering, and forgiveness. This chapter serves as a culmination of Alyosha's spiritual journey, as he emerges from his crisis with a deeper understanding of himself and the world around him, ready to continue his role as a spiritual guide for those around him. Part 1, Book Phi Mitya. Chapter 1, Kuzma Samsonov. This chapter shifts focus back to Dmitri Mitya Karamazov, who is in a state of desperation over his relationship with Grushenka. Mitya is tormented by jealousy and fear of losing her to his father, Fyodor. In his desperation, he devises a plan to obtain 3,000 rubles, which he believes will win Grushenka's heart once and for all. His first step is to visit Kuzma Samsonov, a wealthy and influential businessman whom Mitya hopes will lend him the money. Mitya approaches Samsonov with the idea of securing a loan by offering to sell his rights to a piece of land. However, Samsonov is a shrewd and calculating man who has no intention of helping Mitya. Instead, he humiliates him by sending him on a wild goose chase to meet another merchant, Lyagavy, who might be willing to buy Mitya's land. Samsonov's treatment of Mitya reflects the theme of pride and humiliation that runs throughout the novel, as Mitya's desperate quest for money leads him to endure public shame. This chapter marks the beginning of Mitya's downward spiral, as his frantic efforts to win Grushenka push him to increasingly reckless actions. The contrast between Mitya's emotional intensity and Samsonov's cold indifference highlights the theme of the individual's struggle against an uncaring world. Mitya's passionate nature, which drives him to seek love and redemption, is met with cynicism and manipulation by those in positions of power, emphasizing the novel's exploration of human vulnerability and the corrupting influence of wealth and status. Chapter 2. Lyagavy. Mitya follows Samsonov's lead and embarks on a journey to find Lyagavy, another businessman who might be willing to purchase his land. However, when Mitya finally locates Lyagavy, he finds that the man is completely drunk and incapable of conducting any business. Mitya's frustration mounts as he realizes that this trip has been futile, and his hopes of securing the money he needs are dashed once again. This chapter serves to further emphasize Mitya's desperation and the futility of his efforts. His pursuit of the money becomes a symbol of his larger search for meaning and purpose in a world that often seems chaotic and indifferent. Lyagavy's drunkenness and lack of concern for Mitya's plight represent the disarray that surrounds Mitya's life, as he struggles to find stability in the midst of his emotional turmoil. At the same time, this chapter deepens the novel's exploration of the theme of fate and free will. Mitya's choices, driven by his passions and desires, seem to lead him further away from his goals, suggesting that his fate may be shaped as much by external forces as by his own actions. The unpredictability of life, represented by the drunken Lyagavy, adds to the sense of inevitability that hangs over Mitya's story. Chapter 3, Gold Mines. In this chapter, Mitya continues his downward spiral, increasingly fixated on his need for money to secure his future with Grushenka. He returns to Grushenka's house, consumed by jealousy and fear that she has gone to meet his father, Fyodor, or another suitor. The title of the chapter, Gold Mines, symbolizes both Mitya's literal need for wealth and his emotional entanglement in the pursuit of something that seems unattainable. As Mitya becomes more desperate, his thoughts become increasingly irrational and fragmented. He begins to believe that everyone around him is conspiring against him, and his jealousy leads him to consider violent actions. His obsession with money becomes intertwined with his feelings for Grushenka, as he believes that financial stability is the only way to secure her love. This chapter portrays Mitya's inner turmoil and the way in which his passions cloud his judgment, leading him to act impulsively. The theme of obsession and self-destruction is central to this chapter. Mitya's fixation on wealth and his fear of losing Grushenka drive him to the brink of madness. His inability to control his emotions or think rationally underscores the novel's exploration of the destructive power of unchecked desires. At the same time, Mitya's vulnerability and emotional intensity make him a deeply sympathetic character. As the reader sees the depth of his suffering and his desire for redemption, even as his actions push him further into chaos. Chapter 4. In the Dark. In this chapter, Mitya's descent into darkness continues, both literally and metaphorically. The title refers to the nighttime setting of the events, as well as Mitya's growing sense of confusion and despair. He returns to his father's house, filled with rage and the belief that Grushenka has gone there to be with Fyodor. In his emotional frenzy, Mitya breaks into the house, intending to confront his father and claim the money he believes he is owed. The darkness in this chapter symbolizes Mitya's moral and psychological confusion. His anger and jealousy have clouded his judgment, and he is unable to see clearly, both figuratively and literally. The chapter is tense and chaotic, as Mitya's actions become increasingly reckless and violent. His search for the money and his confrontation with Fyodor reflect the broader themes of greed, power, and the destructive nature of unchecked passions. This chapter also deepens the exploration of the father-son relationship in the novel. Mitya's hatred for his father is intertwined with his feelings of inadequacy and jealousy. His actions in this chapter highlight the way in which familial conflicts, particularly the struggle for power and recognition, can lead to violence and destruction. The tension between Mitya and Fyodor reaches its peak, setting the stage for the dramatic events that will unfold in the following chapters. Chapter 5. A Sudden Resolution. In this chapter, Mitya's journey takes a dramatic turn as he makes a sudden resolution to change the course of his life. After his failed attempts to secure money and his confrontation with his father, Mitya reaches a breaking point. He decides to leave everything behind and flee, abandoning his quest for Grushenka and the money. However, his resolution is not as firm as it seems, as he remains deeply conflicted about his feelings for Grushenka and his desire for redemption. This chapter marks a turning point for Mitya as he begins to realize the futility of his previous actions. His resolution to leave suggests a moment of clarity, as he recognizes that his obsession with money and his rivalry with his father have led him down a destructive path. However, the chapter also reveals the complexity of Mitya's character. as he remains torn between his desire for change and his deep emotional attachments. The theme of redemption is central to this chapter as Mitya grapples with the possibility of starting anew. His decision to leave can be seen as an attempt to break free from the cycle of violence and obsession that has consumed him. However, the chapter also raises questions about the nature of free will and whether Mitya is truly capable of escaping his fate. His internal conflict suggests that his journey toward redemption will be fraught with challenges and setbacks as he continues to wrestle with his desires and impulses. Chapter 6. I am coming too! This chapter marks a critical moment in Dmitri's, Mitya Karamazov's spiraling journey of emotional turmoil and obsession. After his wild pursuit of money and a resolution to flee, Mitya has a sudden change of heart. He learns that Grushenka, the woman he is in love with and has been desperately chasing, has gone to meet a former Polish lover. Mitya's jealousy and fear of losing her boil over, and he immediately resolves to follow her. He impulsively decides that he must confront this situation head-on. With barely any rational thought, Mitya gathers what he can, including a weapon, and rushes off. Determined to join Grushenka and confront both her and her Polish lover. His declaration, I am coming, too, symbolizes not only his physical pursuit of Grushenka, but also his psychological inability to let go of his emotions and desires, no matter the cost. Mitya is a man possessed, willing to do whatever it takes to keep Grushenka from leaving him. This chapter underscores the intensity of Mitya's passions, which continue to drive him toward destruction. His actions are impulsive, rash, and fueled by his unchecked emotions. The idea of fate versus free will is again highlighted, as Mitya seems trapped in a web of his own making, unable to extricate himself from the consequences of his desires. The reader can see that his need for control and love may lead him to a tragic end, as his desperation clouds his ability to think rationally. At the same time, this chapter serves as a moment of transition for Grushenka's character. Up until this point, she has been largely viewed through the lens of Mitya's obsessive love for her. However, as she reconnects with her past lover, we begin to see her own complexity and emotional depth. The chapter sets the stage for a deeper exploration of her motivations, which are not as simple as Mitya's possessive view of her might suggest. The themes of love, jealousy, and obsession are woven tightly into this chapter. Mitya's emotions have become overwhelming, leading him to take drastic measures without considering the consequences. His fixation on Grushenka becomes symbolic of the broader human condition explored in the novel, how love, when twisted by ego and insecurity, can become destructive. Mitya is on the edge of disaster, and his declaration of, I am coming too, signals that his journey is far from over. Chapter 7. The First and Rightful Lover. In this chapter, we finally meet the man who has triggered Mitya's jealousy and sense of impending loss. The Polish lover, whom Grushenka once loved deeply in her youth. The man is portrayed as a former officer and someone Grushenka had long idolized as her first and rightful lover. The reunion between them, however, does not go as either of them might have expected. Grushenka's feelings toward the Polish officer are complicated. While she initially believed that he was the one who could make her happy, her reunion with him reveals the shallowness of his character. The officer turns out to be petty and manipulative, using Grushenka's vulnerability against her. He is primarily interested in money, and his affection for her seems transactional. Grushenka quickly realizes that her idealized vision of him does not match the reality, and her love for him begins to crumble. Meanwhile, Mitya arrives on the scene, filled with jealousy and a sense of impending confrontation. However, instead of violence, what unfolds is a deeply emotional exchange. Grushenka, upon seeing Mitya's passion and realizing the true nature of her Polish lover, begins to understand that her feelings for Mitya are far more genuine than she had previously thought. She sees that Mitya, despite his flaws and emotional volatility, loves her in a way that the Polish officer never could. This chapter marks a significant turning point for Grushenka's character. Her transformation from a capricious woman who plays with men's emotions to someone who can recognize true love and value it for what it is signals the beginning of her emotional maturity. For Mitya, this moment is equally important, as he finally has a chance to confront his fears and jealousy head on. And in doing so, he experiences a moment of clarity and redemption. While he does not achieve inner peace, his love for Grushenka begins to shift from possessiveness to something more genuine. The themes of love, redemption, and the failure of idealized romanticism are central to this chapter. The Polish officer represents the hollow nature of romantic ideals, while Mitya's passion represents the painful, messy reality of true love. Grushenka's awakening to this truth marks a moment of growth for her, and Mitya's presence in this scene signifies his own journey toward self-awareness, even if it is incomplete. Chapter 8. Delirium. In this chapter, the emotional intensity of Mitya's journey reaches its peak. After the confrontation with the Polish officer and the realization that Grushenka has chosen him, Mitya is overwhelmed by a mixture of relief, guilt, and exhaustion. His mind begins to unravel, and he falls into a state of delirium. Mitya's physical and emotional exhaustion manifests itself in a feverish delirium, where he experiences a series of fragmented thoughts and hallucinations. His mind races through his past actions, his guilt over his father's murders, which he believes he may have contributed to, and his overwhelming love for Grushenka. In his delirium, Mitya reflects on the violence and passion that have dominated his life, and he is haunted by the consequences of his actions. This chapter offers a deep exploration of Mitya's psyche, revealing the depth of his inner torment. The delirium serves as a symbolic representation of Mitya's internal struggle between his desire for redemption and his fear that he is beyond saving. His hallucinations are filled with religious imagery and references to suffering, suggesting that Mitya views his current state as a form of spiritual punishment for his sins. At the same time, the chapter also reflects on the theme of existential despair. Mitya's delirium highlights the idea that, despite his efforts to find meaning and purpose in his love for Groshenka. He remains trapped in a cycle of guilt and self-destruction. The novel's exploration of suffering, faith, and redemption is brought to the forefront as Mitya's mind unravels, and the reader is left to wonder whether he will be able to find peace. This chapter serves as a prelude to the dramatic events that will follow, as Mitya's feverish state foreshadows the looming consequences of his actions. The tension between fate and free will is palpable, as Mitya's delirium suggests that he is at the mercy of forces beyond his control, both internal and external. As Mitya's mind descends into chaos, the reader is left with a sense of foreboding, as the novel's central themes of love, guilt, and redemption come to a head. Part Y. Book 1, The Preliminary Investigation. Chapter 1. The beginning of Perhotin's official career. This chapter introduces us to the fallout from the events surrounding Fyodor Karamazov's murder, and we see the character of Pyotr Perhotin taking on a more central role. Perhotin, who has interacted with Mitya before, begins his own informal investigation into Mitya's potential involvement in the crime. Perhotin's career as an investigator begins somewhat impulsively when he becomes suspicious of Mitya's erratic behavior and his desperate attempts to find money earlier. Perhotin's first steps are to verify Mitya's claims about where he had been and what he had done leading up to the murder. He is methodical in checking the accounts of various people who interacted with Mitya, slowly piecing together the timeline of events. His inquiries reveal discrepancies in Mitya's story, particularly about the money that Mitya had claimed to have gotten from Katerina Ivanovna. As Perhotin digs deeper, he begins to suspect that Mitya may have had a role in the murder after all, despite Mitya's insistence that he had nothing to do with it. The chapter sets the stage for the legal investigation into Fyodor's murder and foreshadows the intense scrutiny that Mitya will face. Perhotin's role as an investigator highlights the theme of justice and the importance of finding the truth, even when the truth may be uncomfortable or difficult to accept. The reader is left wondering whether Mitya will be able to prove his innocence, or whether he will be swept up in the legal system's search for a culprit. Chapter 2. The Alarm. In this chapter, the investigation takes a more formal turn as the authorities become involved. Perhotin's suspicions lead him to report his findings to the local magistrate, and an official investigation is launched into Fyodor Karamazov's murder. The town is thrown into a state of alarm as word spreads that Mitya is the prime suspect. Mitya, who has been in a state of emotional and physical exhaustion, is suddenly thrust into the center of the investigation. The authorities, led by the prosecutor, begin to question Mitya about his movements on the night of the murder. Mitya's behavior during the questioning is erratic, and he struggles to maintain his composure under the intense scrutiny of the investigators. The chapter is tense, as Mitya's attempts to defend himself are met with skepticism. The prosecutor, who is determined to get to the bottom of the case, grills Mitya about the missing money and his interactions with Fyodor in the days leading up to the murder. Mitya's inability to provide clear answers only deepens the authorities' suspicions. The theme of guilt, both real and perceived, is central to this chapter. Mitya's internal struggle with his own sense of guilt over his feelings toward his father, combined with the external pressure from the investigation, creates a sense of mounting tension. The reader is left wondering whether Mitya will be able to clear his name, or whether he will be overwhelmed by the weight of the accusations against him. Chapter 3. The Sufferings of a Soul, the First Ordeal. In this chapter, we see Mitya undergoing a deep internal struggle as the investigation into his father's murder intensifies. The ordeal of being questioned by the authorities takes a toll on Mitya's mental and emotional state. He is racked with guilt, not necessarily for the murder itself, which he maintains he did not commit, but for the complex and often dark emotions he harbored toward his father. Mitya's soul is tormented as he reflects on his actions and his feelings. He acknowledges that he had wished for his father's death in moments of anger and jealousy, particularly over their shared love for Grushenka. These emotions weigh heavily on him as he tries to reconcile his sense of guilt with his insistence that he did not physically murder his father. This internal conflict is the first ordeal that Mitya faces as he struggles to come to terms with his role in the events leading up to the murder. The chapter delves into the theme of moral guilt versus legal guilt. Mitya may not have been the one to physically commit the crime, but his emotional state and his hatred toward his father make him feel as though he is, in some way, responsible. The psychological toll of this internal conflict is immense, and Mitya's suffering becomes a central focus of the narrative. The reader is left to ponder the nature of guilt and whether Mitya's sense of responsibility is justified. Chapter 4. The Second Ordeal. The second ordeal that Mitya faces in this chapter is the continued pressure from the legal authorities as they build their case against him. The questioning becomes more intense, and Mitya is forced to confront the evidence that seems to point to his guilt. The authorities present a series of facts that paint Mitya as the prime suspect: his violent outbursts toward his father, his desperate need for money, and his presence near the scene of the crime. Mitya's responses to the questioning are increasingly desperate. He denies having any involvement in the murder, but the weight of the evidence seems to be against him. The prosecutor focuses on the missing 3,000 rubles, which Mitya had been trying to obtain in the days leading up to the murder. Mitya's inability to account for the money raises further suspicions, and he begins to feel as though the walls are closing in on him. This chapter highlights the theme of the powerlessness of the individual in the face of a larger system. Mitya, despite his protests of innocence, is trapped in a legal process that seems intent on proving his guilt. The sense of inevitability that permeates the chapter adds to the tension, as the reader wonders whether Mitya will be able to withstand the pressure, or whether he will break under the weight of the accusations. Chapter 5. The Third Ordeal. The third ordeal that Mitya faces in this chapter is perhaps the most difficult of all: his realization that he may not be able to prove his innocence. As the investigation progresses, Mitya begins to lose hope that he will be able to clear his name. He feels as though he is being swept up in a tide of events that he cannot control, and he is haunted by the possibility that he will be convicted for a crime he did not commit. Mitya's emotional state continues to deteriorate as he grapples with the enormity of his situation. He is consumed by a sense of despair and helplessness, and he begins to question whether there is any point in fighting the accusations against him. The chapter is filled with a sense of existential dread, as Mitya confronts the possibility that his fate may already be sealed. The theme of fate versus free will is central to this chapter. Mitya's growing sense of powerlessness reflects the novel's broader exploration of whether individuals have control over their destinies or whether they are subject to forces beyond their control. Mitya's suffering becomes emblematic of the human condition, as he struggles to find meaning and purpose in the face of overwhelming adversity. Chapter 6. The prosecutor catches Mitya. This chapter marks a turning point in the investigation, as the prosecutor finally feels that he has gathered enough evidence to corner Mitya. Throughout this chapter, the questioning becomes more aggressive, and the prosecutor's strategy is to trap Mitya in a series of contradictions, using psychological pressure to force a confession. Mitya, exhausted and emotionally drained, struggles to maintain his story as the evidence seems to pile up against him. The prosecutor uses Mitya's erratic behavior, his desperate search for money, and his tumultuous relationship with his father as the foundation for the case. He presents Mitya's earlier threats and outbursts as evidence of premeditated murder. This systematic attack on Mitya's character and actions leaves him increasingly vulnerable. Mitya's protests and explanations fall on deaf ears as the prosecutor paints a clear, albeit one-sided, picture of Mitya's guilt. The chapter delves into the theme of truth and how it can be manipulated to fit a narrative. The prosecutor's version of events is based on facts, but those facts are arranged in such a way that Mitya's innocence is overshadowed by circumstantial evidence. The overwhelming sense of injustice grows as Mitya's inability to adequately defend himself against the prosecutor's accusations becomes apparent. Chapter 7. Mitya's Great Secret, received with hisses. In this chapter, Mitya, under immense pressure, finally decides to reveal a secret that he has been keeping. He confesses that he had been planning to kill himself before he was apprehended, a desperate resolution that he had reached because of his overwhelming despair. Mitya believes that by sharing this, he can demonstrate that he was not guilty of murder. After all, why would he kill his father if he intended to take his own life? However, the reaction to his confession is not what Mitya expects. The officials react with skepticism and disdain, interpreting his suicidal thoughts as a sign of his unstable and dangerous character. Instead of eliciting sympathy or understanding, Mitya's secret is met with contempt. The prosecutor seizes upon this new revelation, using it as further evidence of Mitya's emotional volatility and his capacity for violence. The chapter explores the theme of vulnerability and how it is perceived by others. Mitya, in revealing his inner turmoil, expects to gain some measure of understanding, but instead he is judged even more harshly. His mental and emotional suffering, which should humanize him, is used against him by those who seek to convict him. The theme of the fragility of the human soul is evident as Mitya's confessions only serve to deepen his isolation. Chapter 8. The Evidence of the Witnesses. The Babe. In this chapter, the trial against Mitya moves forward with the introduction of witness testimony. A key witness is presented in the form of a young child, referred to as the Babe, who claims to have seen Mitya near the scene of the crime on the night of the murder. The child's testimony, although not entirely reliable due to their age, becomes a crucial piece of the prosecution's case. The chapter highlights the uncertainty and subjectivity of eyewitness testimony. The child's story is vague and fragmented, but it is interpreted by the authorities as corroborating the case against Mitya. The fact that the witness is a child adds an emotional weight to the testimony, as the innocence of the young witness contrasts with Mitya's increasingly desperate demeanor. The trial's focus shifts from a purely logical investigation to one influenced by emotion and perception. The theme of innocence, both real and perceived, plays a central role in this chapter. The child's innocence is juxtaposed with Mitya's supposed guilt, and the power of perception begins to overshadow the actual facts of the case. The introduction of the child's testimony underscores the complexity of the legal process, where truth is often shaped by emotion and interpretation rather than objective reality. Chapter 9. They carry Mitya away. The final chapter of Book 1 is a somber one, as Mitya is officially arrested and taken away to await trial. After a lengthy and grueling investigation, the authorities are convinced that they have enough evidence to convict him. Mitya, exhausted and emotionally broken, offers little resistance as he is led away in chains. His defiance and passion, so evident in earlier chapters, have been replaced by a sense of resignation. This chapter marks a dramatic shift in Mitya's character arc. The once fiery and impulsive Mitya now faces the grim reality of his situation. His internal struggle is palpable as he contemplates the possibility of spending the rest of his life in prison for a crime he insists he did not commit. His resignation, however, does not come with acceptance. There is still a lingering hope that he might somehow be exonerated. The theme of fate looms large in this chapter, as Mitya seems to be carried along by forces beyond his control. His sense of agency has been stripped away by the legal system, and he is now entirely at the mercy of the courts. The final image of Mitya being carried away in chains serves as a powerful metaphor for the broader themes of the novel, particularly the tension between individual will and the inescapable forces of fate. Part 1 Vilay Book, 10 The Boys. Chapter 1. Kolya Krassotkin. In this chapter, we are introduced to Kolya Krassotkin, a lively, intelligent, and independent young boy who plays a significant role in the lives of the children in his town. Kolya is highly self-confident and takes great pride in his ability to impress others, particularly through his rebellious and daring actions. He is somewhat of a leader among the boys. although his arrogance can sometimes alienate him from his peers. Kolya is also portrayed as a boy who reads a lot and attempts to emulate intellectual ideals, adopting a rationalistic worldview that influences his interactions with others. Kolya's introduction highlights the contrast between youthful arrogance and innocence. While he believes he is knowledgeable about the world and mature beyond his years, his behavior and attitude reveal that he still has much to learn about life. The chapter sets the stage for Kolya's interactions with the ailing Alyosha and Alyosha, as Kolya's character development becomes intertwined with the theme of compassion and humility. This chapter reflects the theme of youthful pride and the desire for independence. Kolya represents a younger generation that seeks to break away from traditional values. But his journey will ultimately show the limitations of such a worldview. Kolya's intellectual curiosity is juxtaposed with his emotional immaturity, and the chapter foreshadows his eventual transformation through his relationship with Alyosha and the influence of Alyosha's guidance. Chapter 2. Children. This chapter continues to focus on the children, particularly Kolya and his growing influence over his peers. Kolya's leadership among the boys is emphasized, as he plays a central role in their games and adventures. However, the chapter also reveals Kolya's internal conflict, as he begins to question some of his earlier beliefs and behaviors. This change is prompted by his growing awareness of Alyosha's illness and the gravity of the situation. Kolya's relationship with Alyosha is complicated. While Kolya had previously been dismissive of Alyosha and had even contributed to the bullying that Alyosha experienced, he now feels a deep sense of guilt and responsibility. As Alyosha's condition worsens, Kolya is forced to confront his own feelings of regret and empathy, marking a significant shift in his character. The chapter explores the theme of redemption, as Kolya attempts to make amends for his past actions by supporting Alyosha in his time of need. The theme of childhood and the loss of innocence is central to this chapter. Kolya, once full of youthful arrogance, is now faced with the harsh realities of life, including illness and death. His journey toward understanding and compassion reflects the broader theme of moral growth and the importance of human connection. Through his interactions with Alyosha and Alyosha, Kolya begins to learn that true strength comes from kindness and humility, rather than from intellectual superiority or independence. Chapter 3. The Schoolboy. In this chapter, Kolya takes on a more active role in caring for Alyosha. Despite his earlier pride and resistance to showing vulnerability, Kolya becomes deeply involved in trying to lift Alyosha's spirits. He brings Alyosha's pet dog, Zhuchka, to visit him, hoping to bring some joy to the sick boy. This act of kindness reveals Kolya's growing empathy and his desire to make amends for his past mistakes. The chapter also explores Kolya's evolving relationship with Alyosha, who acts as a mentor figure to the younger boy. Alyosha's quiet wisdom and compassion have a profound impact on Kolya, who begins to see the value in Alyosha's approach to life. Alyosha's influence helps Kolya recognize the importance of humility, love, and forgiveness, and Kolya begins to shed his earlier arrogance and self self-centeredness. This chapter touches on themes of friendship, redemption, and the transformative power of love. Kolya's journey towards self-awareness and compassion is a key element of the chapter, as he moves from being a proud, independent boy to someone who values human connection and responsibility. The bond between Kolya and Alyosha, as well as Kolya's growing respect for Alyosha, underscores the novel's emphasis on the redemptive power of love and moral growth. Chapter 4. The Lost Dog. This chapter delves deeper into the relationship between Kolya and Alyosha, focusing on the story of Zhochka, Alyosha's dog, who had gone missing for some time. Kolya had previously been involved in a cruel prank that led to the dog's disappearance, and he now feels a deep sense of guilt for his role in Alyosha's suffering. Determined to make things right, Kolya tracks down the dog and brings him back to Alyosha. Alyosha's reunion with Zhochka is a poignant moment in the chapter, as the boy's joy at seeing his beloved pet again provides a brief respite from his illness. However, the moment is bittersweet, as both Kolya and the reader are aware that Alyosha's condition is worsening, and the reunion may be one of his last happy experiences. Kolya's act of returning the dog symbolizes his attempt to atone for his past mistakes and his growing sense of responsibility for the people he cares about. The chapter emphasizes the themes of guilt, redemption, and the healing power of love. Kolya's efforts to make amends for his earlier actions reflect his personal growth, as he begins to understand the impact of his behavior on others. The reunion between Alyosha and Zhochka serves as a reminder of the importance of kindness and compassion, even in the face of suffering and loss. Chapter 5. By Alyosha's bedside. As Alyosha's condition continues to deteriorate, Kolya and Alyosha spend more time by his bedside, offering comfort and companionship to the dying boy. Kolya, who had once been distant and aloof, now shows genuine concern for Alyosha's well-being. The bond between the two boys deepens, and Kolya becomes increasingly aware of the fragility of life and the importance of human connection. Alyosha's presence in this chapter is significant, as he provides emotional support to both Kolya and Alyosha. His quiet strength and compassion serve as a source of comfort to those around him, and his influence on Kolya is particularly evident. Alyosha's belief in the power of love and forgiveness helps Kolya come to terms with his guilt and inspires him to continue caring for Alyosha in his final days. The themes of mortality, compassion, and the redemptive power of love are central to this chapter. Kolya's transformation from a proud, self-sufficient boy to a caring and empathetic friend reflects the novel's broader exploration of moral and spiritual growth. The chapter also underscores the inevitability of death and the importance of finding meaning and connection in life, even in the face of loss. Chapter 6, Precocity. In this chapter, we continue to see the development of Kolya Krassotkin's character as he spends more time by Alyosha's bedside. Kolya's intellect and emotional maturity are at the forefront here, but the chapter also delves into the idea of precocity, the premature development of a child's mind. Kolya is an example of this, as his wit, rationalism, and confidence often make him seem more like an adult than a boy. However, the stark reality of Alyosha's illness forces Kolya to confront emotions and experiences that are beyond his years, making him realize the limitations of his intellect and the value of compassion and humility. Kolya's internal conflict is deepened as he continues to struggle with feelings of guilt for his past actions, particularly in relation to Alyosha. He tries to maintain his confident and independent facade, but his growing affection for Alyosha and his desire to make things right show that Kolya is evolving into a more empathetic and self-aware person. He begins to recognize that life is not just about rationalism and independence, but also about love, vulnerability, and responsibility. Alyosha's precocity is also highlighted in this chapter, as he faces the prospect of death with a level of understanding that is unusual for a child his age. The interactions between Kolya, Alyosha, and Alyosha reflect the tension between youthful innocence and the harsh realities of life, particularly in the face of mortality. This chapter brings out the theme of the loss of innocence. As Kolya begins to shed his earlier arrogance and embrace the emotional complexities of human relationships, the chapter reinforces the themes of moral growth, friendship, and the painful process of coming to terms with one's limitations. Kolya's intellectual precocity, while impressive, is ultimately shown to be insufficient in dealing with the deeper emotional and moral challenges of life. Through his relationship with Alyosha and the guidance of Alyosha, Kolya begins to understand that true maturity comes not from intellectual prowess, but from the ability to care for others and to face life's challenges with humility and compassion. Chapter 7. Alyosha. This chapter focuses on Alyosha's final days as his illness progresses and his friends and family gather around him. Alyosha's decline is marked by moments of clarity and awareness, as well as moments of deep suffering. Kolya remains by Alyosha's side, continuing to offer comfort and companionship, and his presence becomes a source of solace for the dying boy. The bond between the two boys, which had once been strained by Kolya's arrogance and Alyosha's vulnerability, is now one of deep affection and mutual understanding. Alyosha's character is portrayed with great sensitivity in this chapter. Despite his physical weakness, he remains emotionally strong, displaying a level of courage and resilience that touches those around him. His relationship with his father and his friends, especially Kolya and Alyosha, is central to the chapter, as it highlights the power of love and friendship in the face of death. Alyosha's suffering becomes a catalyst for Kolya's transformation, as Kolya continues to wrestle with feelings of guilt, responsibility, and compassion. Alyosha plays a crucial role in this chapter, offering spiritual guidance and emotional support to both Alyosha and Kolya. His quiet presence is a source of strength, and his belief in the redemptive power of love and forgiveness influences Kolya's actions and attitudes. Alyosha's role as a moral and spiritual guide is evident, as he helps Kolya and the others come to terms with Alyosha's impending death. The chapter deals with themes of mortality, love, and redemption. Alyosha's death is not portrayed as a tragedy, but rather as a deeply emotional and transformative experience for those who loved him. Kolya's journey toward self, awareness, and moral growth reaches its culmination in this chapter, as he fully embraces the responsibility of caring for Alyosha and acknowledges the importance of love and compassion in life. The chapter's exploration of death is poignant and thought-provoking, as it emphasizes the power of human connection in the face of life's most difficult challenges. Part 1 VC. Ivan. Chapter 1. At Grushenka's. This chapter delves into the complexities of Ivan's visit to Grushenka, where he finds her nursing Dmitri's hopes and dreams in the midst of his looming trial. Ivan's visit is layered with tension, both between himself and Grushenka and within Ivan's own mind. He is consumed by the knowledge of Dmitri's innocence and his own guilt, stemming from his earlier conversations with Smerdyakov about the possibility of patricide. Grushenka's growing affection for Dmitri is clear, and she expresses deep concern for his fate. She is increasingly remorseful for the pain she has caused Dmitri in the past and speaks about her desire to be loyal to him now that he is suffering. Ivan, on the other hand, finds himself in a moral and emotional quandary. He feels responsible for his father's murder due to his indirect role in fostering Smerdyakov's thoughts. Yet he cannot fully acknowledge his involvement. This visit to Grushenka heightens Ivan's inner turmoil and sets the stage for his mental breakdown in later chapters. Grushenka, though somewhat of a secondary character up to this point, is given more depth here. Her love for Dmitri is shown to be genuine, and her transformation from a flirtatious and manipulative woman to a more grounded and loyal figure underscores the theme of redemption. Ivan's complex interactions with her highlight his internal conflict, as he struggles with both his attraction to her and his guilt over Dmitri's plight. This chapter reveals important psychological and emotional developments in Ivan's character. His guilt begins to surface more overtly, leading him toward a breakdown. And his relationship with Grushenka is symbolic of the conflict between the passions and reason, a key theme in the novel. Chapter 2. The Injured Foot. This chapter takes a closer look at Ivan's worsening mental state as he visits his brother Dmitri in prison. Ivan's conversations with Dmitri focus on the concept of guilt and responsibility, with Dmitri adamantly asserting his innocence. However, Ivan's sense of moral responsibility weighs heavily on him, and he begins to exhibit signs of psychological instability. Dmitri's injured foot serves as a metaphor for the emotional and moral wounds that both brothers carry. Ivan feels that his soul, much like Dmitri's foot, is damaged and cannot heal. Their conversation is laden with tension, as Ivan's guilt over his role in their father's death becomes more pronounced. Dmitri's insistence that he will escape from prison and that his suffering is unjust only deepens Ivan's internal conflict. The theme of justice is central to this chapter. Ivan begins to question the idea of divine justice, wondering why such suffering and guilt should exist in a world governed by a supposedly benevolent God. This philosophical inquiry into the nature of justice and the possibility of redemption will continue to play a major role in Ivan's later breakdown. Chapter 3. A Little Demon. This chapter marks a turning point for Ivan, as he becomes increasingly obsessed with Smerdyakov and his role in Fyodor's murder. Ivan's mental state continues to deteriorate, and he begins to hear voices, the first signs of his hallucinations. The little demon that haunts Ivan is symbolic of his growing madness and his inability to reconcile his philosophical beliefs with the reality of his situation. Ivan's encounters with Smerdyakov are fraught with tension and unease. Smerdyakov, who has always been a shadowy and manipulative figure, seems to take pleasure in Ivan's suffering. He continually hints that Ivan is more complicit in the murder than he is willing to admit, further fueling Ivan's guilt and self-loathing. Smerdyakov's cold, calculated demeanor contrasts sharply with Ivan's increasingly frantic and irrational behavior. This chapter explores themes of guilt, madness, and the nature of evil. Ivan's descent into madness is accelerated by his interactions with Smerdyakov, who represents the darker, more nihilistic side of Ivan's own philosophy. The little demon that torments Ivan symbolizes his internal struggle as he grapples with the consequences of his intellectual pride and moral ambiguity. The chapter sets the stage for Ivan's ultimate confrontation with his own conscience, as he begins to question the validity of his atheistic worldview and the moral implications of his actions. Chapter 4. A Hymn and a Secret. In this chapter, Ivan visits Katerina Ivanovna, who has been caring for Dmitri and struggling with her own feelings of guilt and love. Their conversation takes on a philosophical tone as Ivan discusses his views on life, death, and the nature of God. He speaks of a hymn to life, despite the suffering and madness he is experiencing. Ivan's discussion of the hymn is ironic, given his own descent into despair. He speaks of the beauty and wonder of life, yet his own existence has become a nightmare. This contradiction highlights the central theme of the novels, the tension between faith and doubt, between hope and despair. At the same time, Ivan reveals a secret to Katerina, the depth of his guilt over his father's murder and his complicity in the crime. This confession is a pivotal moment in Ivan's character arc, as he finally begins to confront the consequences of his actions. Katerina's reaction is one of shock and empathy, as she realizes the extent of Ivan's torment. The chapter touches on themes of confession, guilt, and redemption. Ivan's confession to Katerina marks the beginning of his attempt to atone for his sins, but it is also a sign of his growing instability. The tension between his intellectual beliefs and his emotional reality is becoming unbearable, and this chapter sets the stage for his eventual breakdown. Chapter 5. Not you, not you! This chapter presents a powerful scene in which Ivan continues to grapple with his inner demons. He visits Katerina Ivanovna again, and their interaction takes on an even more intense emotional tone. Ivan is increasingly consumed by his guilt and the weight of his involvement in Fyodor's murder is pressing down on him with overwhelming force. During their conversation, Katerina expresses her loyalty and care for Ivan, but he is unable to accept it. His internal struggle makes him push her away, repeating the phrase, "Not you? Not you?" This indicates his belief that no one, not even Katerina, can offer him the forgiveness or redemption he desperately craves. Ivan's emotional outbursts reflect his growing disconnect from the people around him and his own sense of moral integrity. He cannot reconcile his earlier rejection of moral absolutes with the undeniable sense of guilt he feels for his father's death. This chapter illustrates Ivan's alienation, not only from others, but also from himself. His mental state continues to deteriorate as his attempts to rationalize his actions fail, leaving him in a state of existential despair. This scene is also significant because it highlights Katerina's own emotional turmoil. She remains deeply affected by her complicated feelings for both Dmitri and Ivan, and she is torn between her loyalty to Dmitri, who is facing trial for a crime he did not commit, and her compassion for Ivan, who is clearly suffering. The complexity of their relationship underscores one of the novel's central themes: the struggle for redemption and forgiveness, and the difficulty of overcoming past mistakes. Chapter 6. The First Interview with Smerdyakov. This chapter marks a critical turning point in the novel, as Ivan finally confronts Smerdyakov about the murder of Fyodor Pavlovich. Ivan's mental state has been steadily unraveling, and this meeting is fraught with tension. Smerdyakov, always a cunning and manipulative figure, reveals the full extent of his role in the murder and, more importantly, the extent to which he was influenced by Ivan's philosophical ideas. Smerdyakov confesses that he had taken Ivan's atheistic beliefs and ideas about moral freedom to heart, interpreting them as a justification for committing the murder. He claims that he acted on Ivan's behalf, believing that Ivan wanted Fyodor dead but lacked the courage to do it himself. This revelation shatters Ivan's sense of moral superiority and forces him to confront the consequences of his intellectual arrogance. The conversation between Ivan and Smerdyakov is a powerful exploration of the novel's key themes: the nature of free will, the consequences of ideas, and the burden of responsibility. Ivan's belief that human beings are free to act without the constraints of moral or religious absolutes is challenged by the reality of Smerdyakov's crime. Smerdyakov's cold, detached demeanor as he recounts the murder only intensifies Ivan's guilt, and the chapter ends with Ivan in a state of emotional and psychological turmoil. This scene serves as a crucial moment in Ivan's character arc, as he is forced to confront the limits of his philosophical beliefs and the devastating consequences they have wrought. It also sets the stage for Ivan's eventual breakdown and his final confrontation with his own conscience. Chapter 7. The Second Visit to Smerdyakov. Ivan returns to Smerdyakov, determined to extract the full truth about his father's murder. This second visit is even more charged with tension, as Ivan's guilt and rage bubble to the surface. Smerdyakov, ever the manipulator, continues to toy with Ivan's emotions, revealing more details about the murder and his motivations. Smerdyakov claims that he had been waiting for Ivan's approval, even if it was unspoken, before carrying out the murder. He goes so far as to suggest that Ivan had implicitly given him permission by leaving town at the crucial moment knowing full well that Smerdyakov would act in his absence. This revelation sends Ivan into a spiral of guilt and self-loathing, as he realizes that his own moral cowardice played a role in his father's death. The chapter explores the theme of moral responsibility and the consequences of inaction. Ivan's decision to leave town, rather than confront his father directly, is presented as a form of tacit approval. And he is forced to grapple with the fact that his philosophical beliefs, which reject the existence of absolute moral truths, have led to real-world consequences. Smerdyakov's cold, calculating nature contrasts sharply with Ivan's growing emotional instability, and the power dynamics between the two men shift as Ivan becomes increasingly desperate for some form of redemption or atonement. This chapter also deepens the novel's exploration of the relationship between ideas and actions. Smerdyakov's interpretation of Ivan's beliefs as a justification for murder highlights the danger of intellectual detachment from moral responsibility. Ivan, who had once prided himself on his rationality and philosophical insight, is now confronted with the reality that ideas have consequences, and that his own ideas have led to tragedy. Chapter 8. The third and last interview with Smerdyakov. In this final confrontation between Ivan and Smerdyakov, the tension reaches its breaking point. Ivan's mental state has deteriorated to the point where he is barely holding himself together, and Smerdyakov, sensing his vulnerability, continues to manipulate him. The conversation between the two men is filled with psychological and emotional intensity, as Smerdyakov reveals the full extent of his role in the murder and his motivations. Smerdyakov admits that he had always seen Ivan as his intellectual and moral superior, and that he had been waiting for Ivan's approval before carrying out the murder. He confesses that he had interpreted Ivan's atheistic beliefs as a green light to commit the crime, believing that without a belief in God or moral absolutes, there was no reason not to kill Fyodor. This admission pushes Ivan over the edge, and he is overcome with guilt and rage. The chapter explores the theme of moral complicity, as Ivan is forced to confront the fact that his philosophical ideas have led directly to his father's death. Smerdyakov's calm, detached demeanor contrasts sharply with Ivan's emotional turmoil, and the power dynamics between the two men shift as Ivan becomes increasingly desperate for some form of redemption or atonement. The scene ends with a climactic moment of violence, as Ivan, unable to bear the weight of his guilt any longer, lashes out at Smerdyakov. This act of violence is symbolic of Ivan's internal struggle, as he is consumed by the guilt and shame that have been building throughout the novel. The chapter sets the stage for Ivan's eventual breakdown and his final confrontation with his own conscience. Chapter 9. Ivan's Nightmare. This chapter delves into Ivan's psychological unraveling as he experiences a vivid hallucination or fevered dream in which he is visited by a figure he identifies as the devil. The devil in this scene is not the traditional depiction of a menacing, evil entity, but rather a mundane, almost comical figure who torments Ivan with a blend of banality and philosophical musings. Ivan's conversation with this devil serves as a symbolic representation of his internal struggle and growing madness. The devil taunts Ivan, reminding him of his own beliefs about the meaninglessness of life and the absence of God, while at the same time mocking those very ideas. He points out the contradictions in Ivan's worldview, highlighting the ways in which Ivan's intellectual arrogance and rejection of morality have led him to the brink of madness. The dialogue between Ivan and the devil reveals Ivan's deep-seated guilt and the torment he experiences as a result of his complicity in his father's murder. Throughout the chapter, Ivan vacillates between trying to dismiss the devil as a figment of his imagination and engaging with the devil's arguments, becoming increasingly agitated and distressed. This conversation symbolizes the collapse of Ivan's philosophical worldview and his inability to reconcile his beliefs with the reality of human suffering and moral responsibility. This chapter is one of the novel's most striking explorations of existential despair, as Ivan is forced to confront the emptiness of his intellectual pursuits and the profound psychological toll they have taken on him. His encounter with the devil represents the final breakdown of his rational mind, setting the stage for his eventual confession of guilt and his mental collapse. Chapter 10. It was he who said that. This chapter serves as a climactic moment in Ivan's character arc, as he experiences a moment of clarity following his encounter with the devil. In his disoriented state, Ivan rushes to Katerina Ivanovna's house, where he finally confesses that it was Smerdyakov who committed the murder of Fyodor Pavlovich, not Dmitri. Ivan's admission is both a revelation of the truth and an acknowledgement of his own guilt for not stopping Smerdyakov when he had the chance. As Ivan explains the details of the murder and Smerdyakov's role in it, he is increasingly overcome by his emotions. He recognizes that, although Smerdyakov physically committed the crime, it was Ivan's own rejection of moral absolutes and his intellectual detachment from the consequences of his ideas that enabled Smerdyakov to act. This moment of self-realization is devastating for Ivan, as he is forced to confront the extent of his moral complicity. Katerina, upon hearing Ivan's confession, is overcome with guilt as well, realizing her role in the complicated web of relationships and motivations that led to Fyodor's death. The scene is charged with emotional intensity, as both Ivan and Katerina grapple with their respective roles in the tragedy. Katerina, in a moment of compassion, tries to comfort Ivan, but he is beyond consolation, consumed by his guilt and the knowledge that his philosophical beliefs have led to ruin. The chapter marks the culmination of Ivan's internal struggle, as he finally acknowledges the moral weight of his actions and the consequences of his ideas. It also sets the stage for the resolution of the novel's central conflict, as the truth about Fyodor's murder is finally brought to light. Book 10, A Judicial Error. Chapter 1, The Fatal Day. This chapter sets the stage for the climactic courtroom trial of Dmitri Karamazov. It is the fatal day that will determine Dmitri's fate, and the atmosphere in the courtroom is tense with anticipation. The town has been abuzz with gossip and speculation, and everyone is eager to witness the drama of the trial unfold. Dmitri is seated in the dock, showing signs of mental and physical exhaustion after the long ordeal. His supporters, including Alyosha, Grushenka, and Katerina, are also present, each struggling with their own emotions regarding the trial's outcome. The trial serves as a reflection of the conflicting moral, social, and philosophical forces that have been building throughout the novel. Dmitri's defense centers on his insistence that, although he lived a sinful life and harbored a deep hatred for his father, he is innocent of the murder. His passionate pleas reflect his complex personality, his sense of honor, and his chaotic yet sincere nature. The chapter introduces the various players in the courtroom, including the prosecutor, the defense attorney, and the witnesses, all of whom will contribute to the unfolding drama. The trial is not merely about Dmitri's guilt or innocence, but also about the larger questions of justice, morality, and truth that have been central to the novel's themes. As the trial begins, the reader is aware that the proceedings will be fraught with tension, uncertainty, and, ultimately, tragedy. Chapter 2. Dangerous Witnesses. In this chapter, the trial takes a dramatic turn as the prosecution begins presenting its case against Dmitri. Key witnesses are called to the stand, including Rakitin, Grigory, and even Smerdyakov. Each witness provides damning testimony that seems to confirm Dmitri's guilt. Rakitin's testimony, in particular, is laced with personal animosity towards Dmitri, and he uses the opportunity to paint him in the worst possible light. Grigory's testimony is especially damaging because he was an eyewitness to the events of the night of Fyodor's murder. He recalls seeing Dmitri running from the house, his hands covered in blood, and recounts Dmitri's earlier threats against his father. Despite Dmitri's protests of innocence, the weight of the evidence against him begins to seem overwhelming. Smerdyakov's testimony, though outwardly calm and composed, is laced with subtle insinuations. He masterfully deflects attention away from his own involvement and plays on the jury's existing biases against Dmitri. Although the truth remains hidden from the court, Smerdyakov's performance reinforces the perception of Dmitri's guilt. As the prosecution builds its case, it becomes clear that Dmitri is being portrayed as a man of uncontrollable passions and violent tendencies, a man who was driven to murder by his hatred for his father. The chapter highlights the precariousness of Dmitri's position and the manipulative nature of the legal process, as witnesses shape the narrative to fit the prosecution's version of events. Chapter 3. The Medical Experts and a Pound of Nuts. This chapter introduces the expert witnesses called to analyze Dmitri's mental state. The defense argues that Dmitri was not in full possession of his faculties at the time of the murder, suggesting that he may have acted under the influence of temporary insanity. A group of medical experts is brought in to assess Dmitri's psychological condition, and their testimonies range from sympathetic to outright dismissive of the insanity plea. One doctor, in particular, takes a very clinical and detached approach, reducing Dmitri's behavior to a series of physiological impulses. His explanation of Dmitri's outbursts and violent tendencies as mere manifestations of his nervous system adds an element of cold, scientific rationalism to the proceedings. Meanwhile, another expert suggests that Dmitri's extreme behavior could be linked to his diseased imagination, a reflection of the broader philosophical themes of the novel, where rationality and morality are in constant conflict. The defense counters by pointing out the absurdity of reducing a man's entire life and character to a series of biological impulses. But their arguments seem to have little effect on the jury, which is swayed by the more logical and scientific arguments presented by the medical experts. The chapter's title, "A Pound of Nuts," refers to a seemingly trivial moment during the trial when the prosecutor focuses on a small detail from Dmitri's behavior. The fact that Dmitri bought a pound of nuts before the murder. This trivial detail is used to paint Dmitri as a man prone to erratic and irrational behavior, underscoring the often absurd nature of the trial. Chapter 4. Fortune smiles on Mitya. Despite the overwhelming evidence against him, Dmitri's spirits are briefly lifted in this chapter as he begins to believe that he might still be acquitted. He becomes animated during a recess in the trial, speaking with Alyosha and Katerina, and clings to the hope that the jury will see through the prosecution's narrative and recognize his innocence. Grushenka remains by Dmitri's side, offering him her unwavering support, while Katerina is tormented by her own guilt and ambivalence. Dmitri's momentary optimism is short-lived, however, as the reality of his situation quickly sets in. He recognizes that his fate rests in the hands of the jury, and that no amount of personal conviction or emotional appeals can change the fact that the evidence against him is damning. This chapter marks a brief respite in the otherwise tense and tragic proceedings of the trial, but it also foreshadows the inevitability of Dmitri's conviction. The theme of fate versus free will is central to this chapter, as Dmitri grapples with the realization that his fate may already be sealed, despite his belief in his own innocence. Chapter 5. A Sudden Catastrophe. In this chapter, the trial takes a dramatic and unexpected turn with the arrival of a new piece of evidence, which significantly impacts Dmitri's defense. Just as the trial seems to be heading toward a final resolution, Katerina Ivanovna steps forward with a letter that Dmitri had written in a moment of drunkenness and despair, in which he confessed his desire to kill his father. This letter, which was meant as a personal confession, now serves as a critical piece of evidence that could confirm Dmitri's guilt. Katerina's decision to present the letter is not merely a tactical move by the prosecution, but a personal act driven by her own emotional turmoil. Throughout the novel, her relationship with Dmitri has been complex and fraught with conflicting feelings of love, anger, and pride. By revealing the letter, Katerina seems to be exacting a kind of emotional revenge on Dmitri for his abandonment of her and his love for Grushenka. Her action reflects her deep inner conflict, as she is torn between her desire to see justice served and her lingering feelings for Dmitri. The letter throws the courtroom into chaos. It becomes the focal point of the trial, as the prosecution seizes upon it as incontrovertible proof of Dmitri's murderous intent. The defense is left scrambling to mitigate the damage, arguing that the letter was written in a moment of drunkenness and does not reflect Dmitri's true intentions. However, the emotional weight of the letter, combined with Katerina's dramatic presentation of it, shifts the mood in the courtroom, making Dmitri's acquittal seem increasingly unlikely. The catastrophe of the letter marks a turning point in the trial, as Dmitri's hopes for acquittal are dashed and the inevitability of his conviction becomes more apparent. The chapter highlights the themes of fate, guilt, and the destructive power of human emotions, as Katerina's actions, driven by her own emotional struggles, have far-reaching consequences for Dmitri. Chapter 6. The Prosecutor's Speech, Sketches of Character. In this chapter, the prosecutor delivers his final summation, painting a damning portrait of Dmitri as a man of unbridled passions, violent tendencies, and moral corruption. The speech is a masterful piece of rhetoric, as the prosecutor weaves together the various strands of evidence and testimony to create a compelling narrative of guilt. He emphasizes Dmitri's hatred for his father, his reckless behavior, and the damning evidence of the letter, all of which point to a man capable of murder. The prosecutor also delves into the broader moral and philosophical themes of the novel, framing the case as not merely about a crime, but about the deeper question of human nature and responsibility. He suggests that Dmitri's actions reflect a broader social and moral decay, and that his conviction is necessary to uphold justice and restore order. Throughout the speech, the prosecutor sketches vivid character, portraits of the key players in the trial, including Dmitri, Fyodor Pavlovich, Grushenka, and Katerina. His portrayal of Dmitri is particularly harsh, as he emphasizes Dmitri's impulsive and erratic behavior, framing him as a man who is controlled by his base desires rather than reason or morality. The prosecutor's speech is a turning point in the trial, as it galvanizes the jury and the public against Dmitri. His eloquence and persuasive rhetoric leave little room for doubt about Dmitri's guilt, and the chapter ends with a sense of impending doom for Dmitri. Chapter 7. An Historical Survey. In this chapter, the prosecutor continues his argument by delivering a long and detailed speech that places Dmitri's crime within the context of Russian history and society. The prosecutor's aim is to demonstrate that Dmitri's alleged parricide is not an isolated event, but part of a broader pattern of moral degradation and social decay. He suggests that the crime is emblematic of the growing corruption and instability within Russian society, and that Dmitri's actions are reflective of deeper cultural problems that need to be addressed. The prosecutor draws on historical examples, citing cases of familial betrayal and violence, to argue that Dmitri's actions fit within a long tradition of social breakdown. He paints a picture of a society in moral decline, where traditional values of respect for authority and family have been eroded, leading to a rise in crime and disorder. The speech is meant to appeal to the jury's sense of duty to uphold justice and restore moral order, suggesting that Dmitri's conviction is necessary to send a message to society. This chapter further explores the novel's themes of guilt, justice, and the tension between individual responsibility and societal influence. The prosecutor's speech emphasizes the idea that Dmitri's crime is not just a personal failing, but a reflection of larger forces at play in Russian society. By framing the trial as a moral and cultural issue, the prosecutor seeks to elevate the stakes of the case, making it about more than just the fate of one man. At the same time, the chapter highlights the tension between individual agency and the deterministic forces of history and society. Dmitri's fate is being shaped not only by the evidence against him, but by the broader social and historical narrative that the prosecutor constructs. This adds a layer of complexity to the question of guilt, as the reader is invited to consider how much of Dmitri's behavior is the result of his personal choices, and how much is influenced by the society in which he lives. Chapter 8. A Treatise on Smerdyakov. This chapter is a pivotal moment in the trial, as the defense shifts its focus to Smerdyakov, the illegitimate son of Fyodor Pavlovich and a key figure in the murder investigation. The defense argues that Smerdyakov, rather than Dmitri, is the true murderer, presenting him as a cunning and manipulative figure who was capable of carrying out the crime. The chapter is structured as a detailed analysis of Smerdyakov's character and motivations. The defense portrays him as a deeply troubled and resentful individual who harbored a long-standing hatred for Fyodor Pavlovich and was driven to murder by a combination of jealousy, bitterness, and a desire for revenge. Smerdyakov is depicted as a man who has always been on the margins of society, marginalized by his illegitimate status and his low social standing. This alienation, combined with his intellectual superiority and manipulative tendencies, makes him a plausible suspect in the crime. The defense also raises questions about Smerdyakov's mental state, suggesting that his epilepsy and bouts of illness may have contributed to his decision to commit murder. They argue that his illness gave him the opportunity to stage his own incapacitation, allowing him to create an alibi for himself while carrying out the crime. The chapter delves into the psychological complexity of Smerdyakov, presenting him as a figure who is both pitiable and dangerous. The treatise on Smerdyakov also touches on the theme of moral responsibility. While Dmitri's actions have been driven by passion and emotion, Smerdyakov is portrayed as a cold, calculating figure who carefully planned the murder. The contrast between the two characters raises questions about the nature of guilt and culpability. Is Dmitri more guilty because of his impulsiveness, or is Smerdyakov more guilty because of his deliberate and premeditated actions? In the end, the chapter leaves the reader with a sense of uncertainty about who is truly responsible for the crime. While the defense makes a compelling case against Smerdyakov, his role in the murder remains ambiguous, adding to the novel's exploration of the complexities of justice and morality. Chapter 9. The Galloping Troika. The end of the prosecutor's speech. This chapter marks the culmination of the prosecutor's final argument, which ends with a powerful and dramatic conclusion. The Galloping Troika serves as a metaphor for the rapid pace of the trial and the overwhelming momentum of the case against Dmitri. The prosecutor uses the image of a troika, a traditional Russian sleigh drawn by 3 horses, as a symbol of the unstoppable force of justice. He argues that the evidence, the moral implications of the case, and Dmitri's own behavior have all combined to form an inevitable conclusion. Dmitri must be found guilty. The prosecutor's speech is filled with emotional appeals as he emphasizes the gravity of the crime and the need for the jury to deliver a verdict that will uphold moral order. He draws on religious and nationalistic themes, calling on the jury to act as defenders of Russia's moral fabric. The prosecutor paints Dmitri as a man who has succumbed to his base instincts and urges, and who has rejected the values of family, honor, and decency. His crime, the prosecutor argues, is not only a personal sin, but an affront to the very principles of Russian society. The speech also delves into the emotional and psychological toll the trial has taken on all the key figures involved, particularly Katerina Ivanovna and Grushenka. Both women, in their own ways, have been caught in the whirlwind of Dmitri's passions, and the prosecutor uses their suffering as further evidence of Dmitri's moral corruption. The image of the Galloping Troika also reflects the idea that the characters are being swept along by forces beyond their control, as their fates are intertwined with the outcome of the trial. The chapter ends with a sense of finality, as the prosecutor leaves the jury with a clear and unambiguous message: Dmitri is guilty, and justice demands his conviction. The reader is left with the impression that the trial has taken on a life of its own, with the Galloping Troika representing the inexorable march of fate toward its conclusion. Chapter 10. The speech for the defense, an argument that cuts both ways. In this chapter, Fetyukovich, the defense attorney, delivers his closing argument in an attempt to save Dmitri from conviction. Fetyukovich's speech is a masterclass in legal strategy as he systematically dismantles the prosecution's case and raises doubts about the evidence against Dmitri. His argument is filled with rhetorical flourishes and logical reasoning, as he challenges the jury to think critically about the assumptions they have made and the conclusions they have drawn. One of Fetyukovich's key strategies is to shift the focus away from Dmitri and toward Smerdyakov. He argues that Smerdyakov, with his cunning and manipulative nature, is the true culprit, and that the prosecution has overlooked crucial evidence that points to Smerdyakov's guilt. Fetyukovich highlights Smerdyakov's suspicious behavior leading up to the murder, as well as his mysterious death, suggesting that he faked his illness and orchestrated the crime to escape suspicion. At the same time, Fetyukovich presents Dmitri as a man who, despite his flaws, is not capable of premeditated murder. He emphasizes Dmitri's impulsive and passionate nature, arguing that while Dmitri may have acted recklessly in the past, he lacks the cold calculation necessary to commit such a heinous crime. Fetyukovich also appeals to the jury's sense of compassion, portraying Dmitri as a man who has been driven to desperation by his circumstances, but who is ultimately a victim of fate rather than a true criminal. However, Fetyukovich's speech also cuts both ways, as he acknowledges the complexity of the case and the moral ambiguity surrounding Dmitri's actions. While he argues for Dmitri's innocence in the legal sense, he does not completely absolve him of moral responsibility. Fetyukovich admits that Dmitri has made mistakes and has allowed his passions to control him, but he suggests that these flaws do not make him a murderer. The speech is a balancing act. As Fetyukovich seeks to sow doubt in the minds of the jurors, while also appealing to their sense of justice and humanity. He acknowledges that the case is not clear-cut, and that the jury must wrestle with difficult questions of guilt, responsibility, and redemption. The chapter ends with a sense of uncertainty, as the defense's argument raises more questions than it answers, leaving the jury and the reader to grapple with the complexities of the case. Chapter 11. There was no money, there was no robbery in this chapter. Fetyukovich continues his defense by directly addressing one of the key pieces of evidence in the case against Dmitri, the money. The prosecution has argued that Dmitri killed his father, Fyodor Pavlovich, in a fit of rage over the inheritance, believing that he could take the 3,000 rubles his father had hidden away. However, Fetyukovich presents an alternative theory, suggesting that no such robbery took place. Fetyukovich argues that there is no definitive proof that the money was in Fyodor Pavlovich's possession on the night of the murder. He points out that no one saw the money after Dmitri's visit to his father, and there is no concrete evidence to suggest that Dmitri took it. Furthermore, Fetyukovich questions the validity of the testimony provided by Grigory and the servants, suggesting that their accounts of events are unreliable, and that they may have been influenced by the intense emotions and chaos of the night. The defense attorney highlights the contradictions in the testimony regarding Dmitri's supposed confession about the money. While Dmitri had claimed he knew where the money was hidden, Fetyukovich argues that this statement was made in a state of confusion and despair, and it should not be taken as a literal confession of guilt. Additionally, he emphasizes that no money was ever found on Dmitri, and the 500 rubles he had on his person had a different origin entirely, as it had been given to him earlier by Katerina Ivanovna. Fetyukovich's argument casts doubt on the entire foundation of the prosecution's case, as he raises the possibility that the murder was not motivated by robbery at all. Instead, he suggests that the crime may have been a result of other, more complex factors, such as jealousy, family conflict, or even the influence of Smerdyakov. The defense lawyer's argument challenges the jury to reconsider the motives behind the murder and to question whether Dmitri could truly be guilty of such a premeditated and cold-blooded act. As the chapter concludes, Fetyukovich's argument leaves the courtroom in a state of confusion and uncertainty. The jury is left to weigh the evidence for themselves, grappling with the possibility that the entire case against Dmitri may be based on a series of misunderstandings and assumptions. The absence of clear evidence surrounding the money becomes a central point of contention, as the jury is forced to confront the ambiguity and complexity of the case. Chapter 12. And there was no murder either In this chapter, Fetyukovich delivers the most shocking and provocative claim of his entire defense, that not only was there no robbery, but there was no murder either. He suggests that Fyodor Pavlovich's death was not the result of a deliberate act of violence, but rather a tragic accident or a natural occurrence that has been misinterpreted as murder. Fetyukovich posits that Fyodor Pavlovich, an aging and increasingly frail man, may have suffered a heart attack or some other sudden medical emergency on the night of his death. He points out that there are no witnesses who can definitively state that Dmitri struck the fatal blow, and that the physical evidence does not conclusively prove that Fyodor Pavlovich was murdered. The defense lawyer questions the medical testimony that was presented by the prosecution, suggesting that the doctor's conclusions were based on incomplete information and may have been influenced by their own biases. Fetyukovich also raises the possibility that Smerdyakov, the family's enigmatic servant, played a more significant role in Fyodor Pavlovich's death than has been previously acknowledged. He argues that Smerdyakov had both the opportunity and the motive to commit the crime, and that his suspicious behavior in the days leading up to the murder suggests that he may have been plotting something. However, Smerdyakov's subsequent suicide has left these questions unanswered, and Fetyukovich suggests that the true circumstances of Fyodor Pavlovich's death may never be fully understood. The defense attorney's argument is audacious, as it calls into question the very foundation of the prosecution's case. If there was no murder, then Dmitri cannot be guilty of it. Fetyukovich appeals to the jury's sense of doubt and uncertainty, suggesting that they should not rush to judgment based on incomplete or ambiguous evidence. He reminds them that it is better to let a guilty man go free than to convict an innocent one, and he urges them to consider the possibility that Dmitri is being wrongfully accused. By the end of the chapter, the courtroom is filled with tension and confusion. Fetyukovich's bold claims have turned the trial on its head, leaving the jury with a profound sense of doubt about everything they thought they knew about the case. The chapter ends with a sense of uncertainty, as the fate of Dmitri now rests in the hands of the jury, who must decide whether they convict him beyond a reasonable doubt. Chapter 13. A Corrupter of Thought. In this chapter, the trial of Dmitri Karamazov nears its dramatic conclusion, with the prosecutor continuing his argument. The focus shifts to a powerful condemnation of Ivan Karamazov and his influence on Dmitri's alleged actions. The prosecutor accuses Ivan of being a corrupter of thought, arguing that his atheistic and philosophical ideas had a direct effect on Dmitri's moral collapse. The prosecutor claims that Ivan's nihilistic worldview played a key role in shaping the mindset that could have led Dmitri to commit parricide. The chapter is particularly striking in how it portrays the power of ideas and the way philosophical beliefs can influence personal actions. The prosecutor paints a vivid picture of Ivan's intellectual impact on his brother, framing the case as not just a murder trial, but a philosophical battle over faith, morality, and the consequences of rejecting religious values. In doing so, the prosecutor makes Ivan a central figure in the trial, even though he was not the one on trial for the murder of their father. The themes of moral responsibility and intellectual influence resonate strongly here, as the prosecutor suggests that Dmitri may have been driven to murder by the loss of moral grounding instilled by Ivan's teachings. The argument reflects Dostoevsky's broader concern with the impact of intellectual and moral movements on society, the novel's exploration of faith, doubt, and the consequences of rejecting religious principles comes to a head in this chapter, as the courtroom becomes a battleground for these larger ideas. Ivan, who is present at the trial but increasingly struggling with his mental health, becomes a tragic figure in this chapter. His internal battle with guilt and his deteriorating mental state are juxtaposed with the prosecutor's argument, as Ivan is portrayed as both a victim of his own ideas and as a potential corrupter of others. This chapter emphasizes the novel's exploration of the weight of intellectual responsibility and the dangers of ideas divorced from moral consequences. Chapter 14. The peasants stand firm in the final chapter of Dmitri's trial. The defense attorney presents his closing arguments, offering a forceful rebuttal to the prosecutor's case. The defense lawyer focuses on the inconsistencies in the evidence, arguing that there is reasonable doubt as to Dmitri's guilt. He emphasizes the possibility that Smerdyakov, rather than Dmitri, was the true murderer of Fyodor Karamazov. The defense attorney highlights the circumstantial nature of the prosecution's case and calls for the jury to recognize the doubt that surrounds the events of the murder. Despite the impassioned argument made by the defense, the chapter's title, "The Peasants Stand Firm," alludes to the fact that the jury, composed largely of peasants, remains unmoved. The peasants, embodying the simple, traditional values of Russian society, are portrayed as standing firm in their belief that Dmitri is guilty, regardless of the complexities of the evidence or the defense's arguments. Their firm stance reflects the broader social and cultural divides at play in the novel, as the peasants represent the deep-rooted values of faith and justice, while the intellectuals, like Ivan, wrestle with doubt and philosophical complexity. The trial ultimately concludes with the jury delivering a guilty verdict, sealing Dmitri's fate. The unwavering stance of the peasants is symbolic of the novel's exploration of the tension between faith and reason, tradition and modernity. While the intellectual arguments presented by the defense may have introduced doubt into the minds of the readers, the peasants' firm belief in Dmitri's guilt underscores the novel's theme of the enduring power of faith and moral certainty in the face of ambiguity and doubt. As Dmitri is condemned to a sentence of hard labor in Siberia, the chapter closes the trial with a sense of finality, though the questions of guilt, innocence, and moral responsibility remain unresolved. The peasant's firm stance reflects the broader moral landscape of the novel, where faith and traditional values ultimately triumph over intellectual complexity and doubt. This chapter serves as a fitting conclusion to the trial, as it reinforces the novel's central themes of justice, morality, and the role of faith in navigating a world filled with uncertainty. Epilogue. Chapter 1. Plans for Mitya's escape. In the opening chapter of the epilogue, we witness a shift in the narrative's focus. While the trial and the complex emotional turmoil of the Karamazov family have dominated the novel, this chapter focuses on Mitya's impending fate and the efforts of those close to him to help him escape. After being convicted of his father's murder, Dmitri is sentenced to Siberian penal labor, a harsh punishment that many around him believe he does not deserve. Katerina Ivanovna, Alyosha, and Ivan become heavily involved in the plot to help Mitya escape, driven by their belief in his innocence. Mitya himself, however, is conflicted about the idea of escaping. His character, which has been marked by passionate impulsiveness throughout the novel, now reveals a deep internal struggle. On one hand, he desires freedom and longs to flee the injustice of his sentence. On the other hand, he is weighed down by guilt, not for the murder of his father, which he insists he did not commit, but for his past actions and mistakes that have led to so much suffering. Alyosha, ever the mediator, is deeply sympathetic to Mitya's plight and encourages him to embrace the possibility of escape, which Ivan and Katerina are working diligently to arrange. Katerina, still deeply in love with Mitya, despite the turmoil of their relationship, shows immense dedication to his cause, sparing no effort in her attempts to save him. She views helping Mitya as a form of atonement for her own role in the series of tragic events that led to his conviction. The chapter also delves into the practicalities of Mitya's escape. The plan involves bribing officials and arranging for Mitya to be smuggled out of Russia to America, where he can start a new life. While the details of the plan are risky, there is a sense of hope and determination among the characters involved. Mitya, however, remains torn between his sense of duty to face the consequences of his actions and his desire to escape the unjust punishment he has been sentenced to. This chapter emphasizes the enduring bonds between the characters, even in the face of the novel's darkest moments, the love, loyalty, and desperation that fuel the plot to save Mitya show how deeply intertwined the fates of the Karamazovs are. At the same time, the chapter highlights the central theme of guilt and redemption, as Mitya grapples with his own moral responsibility and the possibility of starting anew. Chapter 2. For a moment the lie becomes truth. In this chapter, the focus shifts to the strained relationship between Ivan and Katerina. Ivan has been mentally and emotionally unraveling since the trial, plagued by guilt and hallucinations. His confrontation with Smerdyakov before the servant's suicide has left him with the belief that he, indirectly, is responsible for his father's murder. This belief has shattered Ivan's already fragile mental state, and he begins to spiral further into madness. Katerina, despite her complicated feelings for Ivan, continues to care for him and tries to provide him with comfort. She reveals to Alyosha that Ivan's condition has worsened, and his hallucinations, particularly the recurring image of the devil, have become more frequent. Katerina's devotion to both Ivan and Dmitri remains steadfast, even though her emotions are torn between the two brothers. In this chapter, we see Katerina's complex emotional depth as she struggles to reconcile her love for Dmitri with her sense of duty to care for Ivan in his moment of greatest need. For a brief moment, there is a sense of reconciliation between Katerina and Ivan, as they share a deeply emotional exchange. Ivan, despite his deteriorating mental state, expresses his gratitude for Katerina's support, and for a fleeting moment, the tension between them seems to dissolve. This moment of intimacy is fleeting, however, as the weight of their collective guilt and suffering soon returns, casting a shadow over their connection. The title of the chapter, "For a Moment the Lie Becomes Truth," reflects the temporary nature of this reconciliation. The lie in question is the possibility of peace and healing for Ivan and Katerina, a lie that becomes truth only for a moment before the harsh reality of their situation returns. Ivan's mental state continues to decline, and Katerina's efforts to care for him become increasingly difficult as she is pulled between her responsibilities to him and her dedication to saving Dmitri. This chapter serves as a poignant reminder of the deep psychological and emotional wounds that the events of the novel have inflicted on the characters. The fleeting moments of hope and connection are overshadowed by the overwhelming sense of tragedy that pervades the story, as the characters continue to grapple with the consequences of their actions and the weight of their moral dilemmas. Chapter 3. Alyosha's Funeral, the Speech at the Stone. The final chapter of the epilogue brings the novel to a bittersweet conclusion. It centers on the funeral of Alyosha, the young boy whose illness has been a source of sorrow throughout the story. Alyosha, who has formed a close bond with Alyosha and his family, attends the funeral alongside the boy's classmates and their families. The scene is both somber and uplifting, as the children gather around Alyosha's grave to pay their respects and honor his memory. Alyosha delivers a moving speech at the stone, where he reflects on the importance of love, kindness, and forgiveness. His words, filled with compassion and wisdom, resonate deeply with the children, who are visibly affected by the loss of their friend. Alyosha's speech serves as a final message of hope and redemption, emphasizing the novel's central theme of spiritual salvation and the power of human connection. In this moment, Alyosha embodies the moral center of the novel, offering a vision of faith and love that transcends the suffering and turmoil that has defined the story. He urges the children to remember Alyosha and to carry his memory with them as a source of inspiration. Alyosha's speech is a call to embrace the values of compassion and forgiveness, even in the face of overwhelming hardship. The chapter concludes on a hopeful note as the children, moved by Alyosha's words, promise to live by the ideals he has espoused. The novel ends with a sense of spiritual renewal, as Alyosha's message of love and redemption offers a path forward for the characters who have been so deeply scarred by the events of the story. The final image of the children standing together at Alyosha's grave serves as a powerful symbol of unity, hope, and the enduring power of faith. This conclusion encapsulates the novel's exploration of moral and spiritual dilemmas, leaving the reader with a sense of resolution, even as the characters continue to face the challenges of their own lives. Alyosha's role as a guide and mentor to the younger generation suggests that, despite the darkness that has pervaded the story, there is still hope for a better future, grounded in love, forgiveness, and faith.